wrong one. It's all a bit. Welcome along, everyone. Buttons are all over the place this morning. Welcome along to our Pro Tour stream. It's a bit of a mixed bag this morning. Henry is going to jump on for an hour or so in a bit. Then I'm going to be flying solo for a bit as well. And then Liam is going to jump on as well. We've got Dan and Henry on with me tomorrow. But today it's a little bit all over the place in terms of who's on, but welcome along anyway, bringing you all the action. Gob is obviously at the World Seniors Open event for the first time today, which is really, really good. But yeah, welcome along, everyone. Come and say hi in the chat room. As I say, Henry is jumping on in a couple of minutes for the first hour, then possibly flying solo for a little bit before Liam hopefully joins us again as well. Looking at the boards, there's some good ones. Board 1, MVG, Gary Anderson on collision course for a last 64 tie. That'll be interesting. I've only scanned the draw quickly, but let me know what you think, chat room. The top half of the draw definitely seems stacked. How we doing, Daniel? PDC Matches is in. Jack, how we doing? Of course, Juanita is in. Tristan, how we doing? Stephen, good morning. Philip, as always, pleasure to have you in, mate. All good morning, Johnny. Clements will win PDC event 5. Could do, but don't see it personally. I don't think big Gabriel Clements has played that well, particularly. Pete, how's it going? Hope you are good, mate. Like I say, we were keeping you up to date. The team's a little bit spread today because of World Seniors and everything like that. We have a full quota on tomorrow, Dan and Henry as well, which is good. But yeah, today a little bit sporadic with people that are going to be on, but all good. Jump into the chat room. Johnny, how are we doing? Pete, I'm good, mate. Thank you very much. Declan, no, the stream will be available on PDC TV. I'm just about to load mine up. If it still says geo restricted, someone hasn't taken the lock off from Thursday's Premier League, and they'll get that sorted. How are we doing, Matt? All good. Laura's in, of course. Maisie's going to be glued. Of course she is. Good to have you all on board. Cameron, how are we doing from Oz? How are we doing? Tugboat, all good, mate. So, yeah, like we say, you'll have me all day, and then hopefully a few of the team are going to drop in and out. So let us know who will win PDC, Super Series, but it's not Players Championship 5. Hope everyone's having a great day. Gorgeous out there, or it is where I am. I hope it is where you are as well. Just looking through the boards. Board 2 looks very competitive. Rob Cross has got a toughie. George Kennington playing some really good stuff right now. Just jumping in and out of the chat room. Let's have a look. It's a big day for Duzza. Yeah, it is. If a player qualifies for both Euro Tour events, no, so you have to win your first game to get the money. You get the money regardless, but to go on your rankings, you have to win your first game. Is Lewis playing today? I haven't looked who he's got, but I haven't heard that he's pulled out. Let's have a look. Yeah, he will play Andy Bolton on board 15. Hope a good run from Devon today. Yeah, he played some good stuff yesterday. Breen is in. How we doing? What do you make out of the streaming choices of the PDC? I haven't looked on Twitter yet, Philip. What boards have they put on the streaming? Must admit, it's been a bit of a run around this morning. Didn't finish till late last night with the live league, and then set everything up. But we are ready to go. Play a couple of minutes away, which is always good. What do we think, everyone? Can Gary Anderson replicate that form of the semi-final and final? Because against Johnny Clayton, it was patchy, to say the very least. I think Zoran Lurchback is out. He's not playing. Boards 6 and 11. Give me 2 secs, Phil, and I will have a look. They wouldn't have been my choice of boards, Philip, that's for sure. Certainly not board 11. Board 6 isn't the worst, but look, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been my choice. Look, I think we can all agree that if MVG and Ando both get through, their last 64 tie will be streamed. I reckon Lukeman can win one this weekend. Yeah, absolutely. Martin Lukeman is playing some absolutely fabulous darts right now. Morning, Jim. Ryan Searle likes events to go. Yeah, no, he does. Ryan Searle's playing some good stuff right now. It looks like they've gone early. I'll crop that a little bit better once more games go. Yeah, I agree. Would have been better options. Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know. I'm not sure who tournament director is this weekend. But yeah, they wouldn't have been my choice. I'm just looking through what ones I like. I like board 7 over the ones they've picked. Board 10. You've got interesting to see Nathan gets on Devon against Connor Scott, Darryl against Max. Board 10 would have been better. Board 12's better. Yeah, interesting. So yeah, chat room, you're going to have to keep me going today if I'm on my own for parts of it. Darts Guru, yeah, I'm really good, mate. Thank you very much. Have you ever hit a 180? Yeah, I've hit plenty. I went back-to-back once, went to throw dart number 7, and the treble 12 was in more danger. Hand was shaking like a leaf. Good morning, Adrian. Hope you're good. Right, let me just try and crop this. That looks a little bit better. And right, where are we going for our feature game? Who are we going for? Oh, I tell you what. My apologies. In all the haste, he's on early today. Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. You know what's coming. Raymond van Barneveld is underway on board 14. And I'll tell you what, I am going to make that the feature match against Brendan Dolan. There we go. That is up on screen now as we speak. So let's run you through. Krzysztof Kachuk has taken the opener against MVG. MVG only averaging 80 in the opener, not his best. Brett Claydon has taken the opener against Jose de Souza as well. It's a tough game on board 16. Krzysztof Ratajski against Roby John Rodriguez. Luke Humphries is taking the opener against Mickey Mansell. Nick Fulwell, the opener against Ross Smith. And Barney has taken the opener. Again, if you haven't yet, there's some very interesting interviews over on our YouTube channel from the fallout in Nottingham. Some shenanigans going on. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Only 19 likes. You guys can do better than that. So that one's up there. Let's check in on MVG. You'd expect him to level this up unless Kachuk can take out the Barney, the 156. If not, MVG should hold. Ooh, pressure on it though. Kachuk has left 16. MVG, this 16 needs to go, or you're staring at 2-0. And it doesn't go. Big moments here. The MVG throw is potentially about to be broken by Krzysztof Kachuk. And it is. MVG in trouble. That's a good shout, Philip. Let me get the laptop up. Because that's why I set the stream up. Well, that's why I set the stream boards. Yeah, Dan Giles, good, mate. Morning, James. Hope you are good, mate. Just setting my streams up to see if they are working, as in the PDC stream. Right, looks like mine's still got a geo block on it as well. I'll ping the boys at the PDC and let them know. They probably know, but bookie stream's not up either. Okay, that suggests there may be an issue at Barnsley. Right, so board 2 is working, but stream 1 isn't. Let me ping the boys at the PDC. Right, I've just pinged the guys at the PDC, so they're aware. like I say, stream 2 is working, but stream 1 is still geo-restricted by the look of it. Right, so where were we? MVG breaks back 2-1. But Kachuk, again, is threatening to break straight back. Barney is 2-1 to the good over Brendan Dolan. Dirk van Dijvenbode is underway as well. He's 1 up against Joe Merlin. Johnny Clayton 1-1 with Florian Hempel. Nathan Aspinall averaging 97. Tidy stuff, but it's the injury. The longer it goes through the day. Peter Wright is 3-0 down to Andrew Gilding. Peter Wright is averaging 110 to Andrew Gilding's 109. MVG does level up, but it's not a particularly good game. Ryan Searle is in front, as is Luke Humphreys. But bless him, Daniel Tiz has had an absolute manic week with Cheltenham. Giving him a few days off, mate. He has been at it constantly since Monday. But Tiz will be on one of the streams coming up. Don't worry about that. It's just one of those weekends where there's so much on. The team is spread so thin. That's all. Just one of those weekends. Luke Humphreys 3-1 up now. Picked up George Killington. He's having a bit of a stinker. Rob Cross 3 to the good. Barney has just broken the Dolan throw. Daylight for RVB. Damon Heta is continuing this great form he's been in. 3-1 up on an informed Danny Jansen. Danny Jansen averaging nearly 94, doing nothing wrong. Heta around the 108 mark. The Asps should get the injury sorted. Yeah, no, look, it's a tough one because the recovery period is 9 months. Now, as a pro, where do you fit a 9-month layoff in terms of where it's best for the season? Probably straight after the World Championships. So it's a tough one to call when the rehab is like that. So it's a tough one to get it right. Christoph Ratajski trails 4-1 to Roby John, both well over the tons in the average stakes. That's a very good game. Michael Smith is 3-2 up on Willie O'Connor. MVG has won 3 legs on the spin. And it is a break of throw. It's not a vintage performance by any means, but a win is a win. Dirk van Dijvenbode 3 to the good. Who have you got to win today, Phil? I don't know. I think the longer the tournament goes, the more you'd fancy Michael or Peter. But if they go early, I think it's them. That Damon Heta is playing really, really well. If he continues this up, I fancy Heta to make the final from the bottom half of the draw on board 12. He's playing good. Jose de Souza in all kinds of trouble. Trailing Brett Claydon 4-1, only averaging 89. Ben says, go on, Gilding. Yeah, he is flying. 4-0 up on Peter Wright, averaging 109. Brian Searle is in front I don't think the Premier League players will do well today. All seems a bit tired. Yeah, possibly, mate. It's one of those ones. I think if they can grow into it and get through a couple of rounds, they might be all right. But early on, possibly. MVG has just missed darts for 4-2, and Kachuk looking at 105 to break back and level it up. Just got a message back from the PDC boys. They are onto it. It's just an oversight. Someone hasn't flicked the button for the geo restriction. So fingers crossed, board one will be up and running very, very soon. And let me go like this. And there we are. For the next 45 minutes, we have Henry's company.
Very, very good morning to you, Phil. God, the internet where I live sometimes can be a pain.
Mate, can you imagine though? If you go back 15 years when the word internet was nothing, what we did everything without the internet now can't function.
Absolutely not. And if the internet goes, then you are absolutely buggered. Unfortunately, we've had works here to try and improve the internet over the last couple of weeks. Got to be honest, it's done nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That's where I'm quite lucky. I don't live a million miles away from the exchange box, so my internet's actually good. Unless it actually goes full stop, mine's actually quite good. I'm lucky.
Lucky for some.
Yeah. The big story developing is Andrew Gilding. His average has just plummeted from 110 to a measly 103, but he's 4-1 up on the world champion.
Someone best check on Dan Dawson immediately, because this is fantastic from Andrew Gilding. And we're wondering whether Peter White was going to play this weekend or not. Of course, he's had his injury troubles in the past and obviously the last couple of weeks. So he's decided to plough on and to play on. And to be fair, when Andrew Gilding and anyone, by that matter of fact, is playing the way he's playing, you're always going to find it a tough task.
Yeah, I know, 100%. Johnny Clayton's indifferent form continues. 3-3 with Florian Hempel. Again, not the best.
Indeed. Just one other I'm looking at is Nathan Aspinall against Luke Peters. Now, we know Nathan's still got that occurring injury problem, but still averaging 98 and 4-3 up. It's a good start to the day, that, for the Aspinall. I think there's still a lot of question marks, isn't there, about how fit he is at this present moment in time, as in for how the shoulder's going to give up, or whether there's going to be issues or something along them lines. But it's a good start to the day. I think the issue when it comes to Pro Tour days with Nathan at the minute is whether he can do it throughout the course of a day.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before you popped in, mate, that by the sounds of it, the operation is going to have to happen. When you read the statement that was released by his management company and everything like that, to me, it sounds as if the operation is going to happen. Now, in the calendar, 9 months is the recommended. Look, you might be able to shave a month or 6 weeks off of that if you work ridiculously hard. Where do you pencil this operation in? Surely it's as straight after you lose at the Worlds.
It's a difficult one. I mean, and the other thing is, do you put it off so long that by the time you have the operation, you've done too much damage? Now, I'd be in the camp of just get it done as soon as possible. Yes, you're going to lose a lot of money on the ranking. Yes, you're going to be missing a lot of big tournaments, but I'd look at this more longer term than perhaps your immediate PDC order position and say, look, let's just get myself right as soon as possible. If I have to take a hit on the rankings, if I have to go through qualifiers to qualify for events when I get back, so be it. Just get it right as soon as possible. That would be what I would do.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting conundrum listening to people. Matty Edgar is in the chat room as well. I will see you later this evening. Mate, hope you are good. MVG has done his part. Now can Gary Anderson do his? Yeah. Can Anderson do his? The collision course is on for the last 64. And this is the problem for Gary Anderson right now, is where he's not seeded and not high up on that Pro Tour order of merit, you run into heavy work early on in these Pro Tours.
You're made to work much harder for it, aren't you, than perhaps you are when you are a seed, and that's kind of going with the territory. But then by the same token, Michael's gonna think, well, I've got to play Gary in the last 64 as well. So you got psychologically, Gary's got to think, well, the other man's got to be fearful of me at the same time as I'm going to think that's a horrid draw as well. But we'll just have a look at a couple of results. Ravi Johns beating Christopher Tysky a few minutes ago. We're talking about Nathan. Joe Cullen got through his first game. Barney's on the hill against Brendan Dolan in our feature game. So is Rob Cross against George Killington. Andrew Gilding's not far away from beating Peter Wright. He's 5-2. Willie O'Connor 5-4 up on the Premier League Renaissance man Michael Smith. These first round games. Luke Humphries also 5-3 up on Mickey Mansell. Dimitri 5-3 up on Nathan Rafferty. These games are coming to the boil. Maybe the biggest seed to go so far alongside Peter Wright could be Jose de Saza. He's 5-3 down to the form horse Bet Clayton, who qualified for his first Euro Tour yesterday.
Yeah, look, I'm worrying about Jose right now. I'm not going to lie. The form is way off. Doesn't look like winning a raffle at the moment, let alone a darts match. There is real concerns over Jose de Souza, especially the money he is defending at the back end of the year. James, just a quick one on what you said there. By the sounds of it, he was misdiagnosed. He was told it was tendonitis, it needed rest. And then when he came back off of holiday, Michael Smith was gone. Willie O'Connor, 6-4, was 1-3 on the spin to beat Bully Boy. When he came back off holiday, he went for another MRI scan. When it revealed it wasn't tendonitis, it was literally he almost completely snapped one of the tendons and ligaments in that wrist. So I think it was a case of he was misdiagnosed. To start with, he was told it was tendonitis and needed to rest, but it ended up it wasn't. That's what I'm led to believe.
Which I can imagine as a pro must absolutely annoy the hell out of you, knowing that you've been told one thing, then it turns out to be something worse. But we can see, firstly, Nathan Aspinall go through, but Raymond van Barneveld on the feature board. He's a winner 6-3 against Brendan Dolan. We can sound the Barney alarm again today in the last 64, as we can the cool hand Luke alarm, because he's beaten Mickey Mansell by 6 legs to 3. And we've got a Noble on board 15. Dimitri Vandenberg 5. Nathan Rafferty 5. Nothing to separate them in the averages either. Can Dimitri be one of the latest seeds to go on this opening day of the weekend?
So I've chosen this one for the feature game as well, because I think this is going to be tasty. Louis Williams against Martin Lukeman. I like this game.
Louis is one of those players, the more and more you get to see him, the more impressive he gets.
Yeah, completely agree. For everyone wondering now, Stream 1 is up and running on mine. So they flick the button off. Not a problem, James. Dirk van Dijvenbode is over the line against Joe Mernon. As is the Ferret on the stream. Florian Hempel misses 3 clear darts to go within 1 and hold. Doesn't take the opportunity. And the Ferret does the... Louis is a talent. Yeah, no, he is, mate. At times, I question his attitude towards the game, but I think that's just where he's young. Can be quite petulant at times, but a nice lad. And yeah, a very good player. Just needs to Seems to rein it in a little at times. The werewolf, Niall Cullerton, is in the chat room. Hope you are good, buddy. I tell you what, this is a medium-sized Hendo against Scott Williams. When you're Big John and you need ranking points, this is not the ideal first-round tie.
And not the ideal first-round tie was Andrew Gilding for Peter Wright, because Gilding has knocked the world champion out here in Barnsley. There was concerns about the injury. Well, they may amplify as a result of that first-round defeat. Great performance from Andrew Gilding there. And Dimitri Vandenberg gets himself over the line in a decider against Nathan Rafferty by 6 legs 5. They're going deep in the opening round here in Barnsley. Rob Cross and George Killington, the latest game to go to a noble leg. The Souths and Claydon right in the midst of one as well. And we've got a plethora of fantastic games as well warming up on the boards around us here in this opening round in Barnsley.
If Rob Cross loses this game, he will be kicking himself, because if he was 3-0 up, George Killington was averaging around 77. He was having an absolute honker. So to drag your average up from 77 to 92 in a short space of time, you have put some serious numbers on the board.
Indeed, and says a lot about George Killington's character, because at that stage you can easily say, well, I'm just getting completely outplayed and the player of the opposite me is just hitting everything he goes for. But he stood in, showed some resilience, and may just reap the rewards of that. But just going back to John Henson, Scott Williams is, out of all the associate tour players, should I say, that's going to be playing in events this year, I think he's the most dangerous. I think out of all of them, he's the one most likely to go deep in events, and played very well last weekend when I went to the Isle of Man without getting on the TV stage. So he's a very dangerous customer. I mean, 125 after the first leg just shows that he's banging form.
And he took out the champagne shot, the 1-3-2, 25-57 bullseye.
One of the best finishes around. Aesthetically pleasing.
It is. As well. What did everyone think of Wayne's latest addition to his resume of Fentons? It's a Fenton dart.
I mean, are we going to discuss the averages on the scoreboard as well? Because that's it's an interesting addition from Sky, isn't it?
I liked the average. However, I didn't like the Rogue E on the title of the averages. The Rogue E was... I liked the averages on there, but I didn't like the Rogue E. Jose de Souza has turned it around against Brett Clayton. It's not his brilliant best, but he is over the line. So is Rob Cross, as we're talking about that one. It has gone red. Cross survives a huge scare and a comeback from Killington. Look, what I'd like on the scoreboard is the number of darts thrown. We're lucky in the media room. We've got a stat score. We've got 2 screens. We've got the live feed and we've got a stat screen. So we can see how many darts are thrown. But if you're just watching at home, you don't know. ITV have it on their stat screen, which I like. I'd like it just the number of darts thrown.
Mm-hmm. I quite like. Do you remember when the BBC did the Champions League of Darts? When they had that on the screen, and then also what they'd scored in the visit leading up to the next dart. I quite like that feature. I know not everyone was a cup of tea. It was everyone's cup of tea, but
yeah. But yeah, the Rogue E was the issue on the average bit for me, more than the average itself. I think the other thing as well is they had to get rid of it. I think they had to get rid of it or had to put something else on there because I'm not sure who was doing it. But you know when they used to put out the projected or the predicted checkout, some of the routes they put on there were absolutely horrific.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was a case of hide it, but we don't know what we want.
Indeed. I mean, the other thing as well, which I suppose it'd be interesting whether they keep it come the World Championship, because imagine that graphics could be very condensed when they have to put the sets bit in. And no disrespect, there'll be 1 or 2 first round games. Pauline Joe Man's been slimed where, yes,
when one of the European qualifier, one of the host nations or whatever they qualifies, goes and averages 77 and gets absolutely drilled 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, they won't want that on the screen.
Absolutely not. I'll tell you where they'd like to see the averages on the screen. Gary Anderson against Jason Lowe, 102, plays 103, and it is Gando who's 2-up. So we may see the blockbuster tie in the last 64 after all. Can Gary Anderson keep his end of the bargain up? And some equally impressive numbers for Scott Williams, 2-up on John Henderson, averaging 111.
Outstanding. Matty Edgar says, I didn't like the scoreboard with the averages. Yeah, it did split opinion, mate. James says, what's up with Adrian Lewis switching darts a lot these days? I think the problem is I don't think he's ever found a set he's been comfortable with since he left said manufacturer. Look, the unicorn ones were like glove and hand. They worked. I don't think he's found something since. Might be wrong, but that's just the impression I get.
Bit like Stephen Hendry when he had that, when his cue got done on the flight. Never was the same player since when he used that second cue.
Yeah.
Jason Lowe is hanging in there against Gary Anderson. 2-2 in that one. Really good averages, 105 and 104 respectively. Ryan Joyce 1-up on Glenn Dowan in the battle of the two players from the Northeast. Ton average for Glenn Dowan after the first leg, and everybody wants to see Glenn Dowan back to something like his best, just back to something where he can maybe pick up a few wins here and there. He's had a torrid time recently, and we all saw the tweet that he put out on Twitter last night, to see a man who's won 3 Lakeside World Championships and a Premier League and gone 2-time world match play semi-finalist as well. Struggle in the vein that he is. It's horrible to see. So obviously everyone wishing the very best to Glenn, of course. Tough times for him at the minute, but tough people outlast those tough times, and Glenn is most definitely one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Where else are we? Hendo levels it up on the stream board. Does he take out the 158? No, he doesn't. So there's another visit to go. Anyone think Jeffrey Desryan can get back to his old best? I don't know is the honest answer. I'm not sure how seriously he takes darts. When you follow him on every other social media platform, he spends more time playing Call of Duty online than anything I've ever seen. Kieran says, afternoon, Phil. Go on, man.
I was just going to say, Mike de Decker 3-up on Ross Montgomery at the minute, averaging 98, so a good start there for the Belgian.
Yeah. Kieran says, afternoon, Phil. Premier League. Darts is hard to predict. Yeah, no, it is. No one saw Gary Anderson doing that. Daniel, yeah, no, De Souza won in the last leg. Wasn't pretty, but got the job done. Louis Williams has won 3 on the spin. He was 2-0 down to Martin Luke on our feature game, but the Welshman is now 3-2 in front. There's a question for you, Phil. Which player would you give the Razor Ramon theme to? Oh, great question. Who would I give it to? See, the obvious one that everyone is expecting is Gezi, but when you get to know him away from the hockey, the bad guy really doesn't suit him because he's genuinely a lovely bloke. So I think someone that would fit it or would play the role quite well is someone like Ross Smith.
Got to be careful who may slander potentially here.
And to be fair, I'm also comparing him to one of the all-time greats in the squared circle. So it's kind of a backhanded compliment, is my get out.
Like he's wearing the OD logo on his shirt.
Yeah, we were saying the other day, though, there are some absolute belters of wrestling songs that players should use to walk on.
So that's probably a bit more your game than mine, Phil. So I'll let you delve in on the wrestling ones. I mean, Paul Nicholson tried his best, didn't he, with the CM Punk and all of that sort of stuff, didn't he, back in the day?
Yeah.
Let's have a little stroll then.
Well, I really hope that either Danny Baggish or I'm thinking he'll be there, Danny Lauby. I hope one of them in Madison Square Garden walks on to Hulk Hogan, I'm a real American.
I can't see that being in Danny's character. I spent a bit of time with him last weekend.
Yeah.
I feel like he's too nice for that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree, but it would just be immense.
What's the odds on one of the American qualifiers having the get out walk on of all walk ons for Americans, and that's Bruce Springsteen born in the USA? Because it feels like every time an American plays at one of these events, that's one of the walk ons.
Yeah, oh, completely, yeah. Just going around the boards, this Devon Peterson Connor Scott game is taking shape, and Philip says it in the chat room as well. Good signs for Peterson. Yeah, there are just some signs that maybe he's returning to that form of 18 months ago. Just maybe. Imagine Brock Lesnar's team. Yeah, that'd be superb. Gary averaging almost 107. Maybe, just maybe, Gary Anderson has flicked the switch. Something has gone. And on that, Phil, what do you make of the Michael Smith, Gary Anderson comments after the Premier League? Look, it's no secret they used to be master and apprentice, however you want to put it. However, I'm not sure there's much love lost there anymore. As you get to that point in your careers where you're both fighting for the same thing, you can't really be that mentor and apprentice, master and apprentice anymore. So, look, that side of it may have run its course. Look, it was interesting. It was a little bit spicy, shall we say?
We like a little bit of needle, Phil, don't we?
Needle creates clicks, clicks create views, all eyes on the product.
So let's have a little look then what's going on. We were mentioning how Connor Scott gets Devon Peterson's coming up to the boil. Well, Peterson's averaging 99, but Connor Scott, the sniper, I've got to make sure I get the nickname right because I keep calling the pistol, averaging 92, but 4-3 up in that one. The problem is it's become our running joke now, and I keep forgetting that his actual nickname's the sniper.
Yeah.
Alan Tita 2-2 with Jamie Hughes. Jeffrey Tazwan filming up on Neil Zonneveld. Danny Baggish 3-2 up on Kevin Burnett. Unfortunately for Glenn Dunn, he's 4-0 down against Ryan Joyce, and Gary Anderson, as we've mentioned, on the hill against Jason Lowe. Jeffrey Tazwan, actually, that's just been updated on Dark. That's 5-2 now in his favour. As we see a raft of green on the screen, which is not confusing one little bit.
No, and Louis Williams has won a lettering of legs in a row here. In control now against Martin Lukeman. Jim Williams 3-0 up on David Evans. And I don't know, is it updated? I'm watching it on the stream. Yeah, John Henderson leads Scott Williams, and this would be a huge result for Hendo. He's chasing ranking points and lots of them. And look, He just needs to win games. Winning games breeds confidence, and then you can build from there. Afternoon, Jack. James says, is Dozer really going to play the whole season with no upturn in form? I don't know is the honest answer. It's a tough watch.
But one thing you've got to admire about Glenn is the fact that he keeps coming back and he keeps trying, and he's trying to rediscover that form as well. So credit where credit's due, because a lesser man possibly would have given up. So fair play to Glenn. But men going through, Gary Anderson will be one of them, which means we're going to have an interesting tie in the top 64, because Gary Anderson and Michael Van Gerwen will provide an El Clasico of darts in the second round at the Barnsley Metrodome. He's a victor against Jason Lowe in a high-quality affair as well, by 6 legs to 3.
The El Clasico is back.
Where's Guillaume Balaguer when you need him? Those were the days. Revista de la Liga.
La Liga was good then.
Oh. Sky Sports Sunday night was the best.
Yeah. Right, Adrian Lewis is going to be on. He's on next game on board 15 once Mario van der Bodengarde and Ron Moolenkamp is done. So, couple of minutes on that one potentially.
Maybe shorter than that, because Mario's really going through the legs there, 4-0 up on Ron Moolenkamp.
Yeah. Yeah. To be fair though, we saw this from Super Mario in Q School. Does have the gears to go through like this. He played some beautiful stuff in spells at Q School.
Yeah, and I think the biggest question that we probably asked of Mario through the years is he can produce his brilliant game on the day. It'll be the consistency factor that I think will be the biggest question mark we'll have over him. But again, new player in the PDC system, it takes possibly for a lot of them 6 months just to find that little bit of a consistent gear.
Yeah, agreed. It does. And we are going to a noble between Devon Peterson and Connor Scott on board 10. They are locked at 5 apiece. Dozer has a leg on the board.
Yeah, that should be interesting, because Matt Eggers obviously, I think, still in the chat room, kind of how long, when he got his tour card, it took for him to kind of adapt to the PDC tour, and how long it took for him to acclimatise and feel fully at home in the system, because obviously we've got a lot of first-time tour card holders this year. So it'd be interesting to get from his perspective kind of how long it took for him to kind of settle down and establish himself as a PDC pro.
Yeah.
If not, I'm sure you can get the question out to him tonight at the live league, 10 o'clock here on the Online Darts YouTube channel. A couple of results though for you now. Mike DeDecker's 6-2 victor against Ross Montgomery. Luke Woodhouse has beaten Jermaine Watermina by 6 legs to 1.
Yes, he has. We won't go there, Jimmy. No, is that the boxing from Dubai? I've seen the build-up on YouTube on IFL, but I've not really paid much attention, if I'm being honest. All I've seen is they're absolutely monsters. Big moments on the stream board. John Henderson is 5-4 in front. But looking as if it's going to go to a noble there. Jack says Gary and MVG at their best would be the best match to watch, in my opinion. Yeah, look, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff as Devin Peterson. We'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, look, when they were both going at it for that 2-year period, when they were at their brilliant best, it was just majestic to watch. And I know I say this every time we talk about it. Anyone that hasn't watched the final from Dubai, just go and watch it, enjoy, and say wow.
Even better if you don't know the result.
Yeah. I won't spoil it, but just go on YouTube and put Gary Anderson, Michael Van Gogh in Dubai final, and thank us later.
Just having a look at a couple of the games warming up, because I think there's some crackers here. I mean, Dave Chisnell against Josh Rock, I think could be a brilliant first round game. Josh Rock has taken to the PDC Tour like a duck to water. James Ray, Darren Webster could be a bit closer to what a lot of people think. And Darryl Gurney against Max Hopp. I mean, Max Hopp showed one or two signs, hasn't he, the last few weeks that potentially the game is there. I think the question mark is it truly back on a consistent basis? Darryl Gurney, again, this year has actually had a really good start of the 2022. He's been throwing some good stuff on the floor. So one of those players that perhaps could be a little bit of an outside tip to win today.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Laura loves the autocorrect. Oh, the greatest game of darts ever played, period. Dubai. Yeah, look, I'm not disagreeing. It was that good.
Danny Baggish has got the job done against Kevin Burness. 6-3 winner for the gambler. So he's through to the last 64 here on day one in Barnsley.
Yeah, are we a little disappointed in Baggish? From where he was at the Worlds, that I know he obviously had problems, travel, where to base himself and everything like that. But it's not been quite the 18-month period we thought after his World Championships.
Mm. So I think just quickly stop there, because Scott Williams has beaten John Henderson 6-5. That's a big defeat that for Hendo. He was in front, had chances, but Scott Williams has got himself through 6-5, and we said he was going to be dangerous on the tour. He's certainly shown that. But yeah, with Danny, I think the first 12 months you've got to give him, I think, a little bit of grace, because I mean, it's tough enough being a Pro Tour player. We've mentioned it with the new cohort, let alone with the COVID situation. I know there was times when he couldn't go back and see his family and things like that. So I kind of give him the first year for free, but up second year of the tour card where there's a bit of pressure on. I think this was kind of where we expected a little bit more from Danny Baggish. So I expect some big runs from him this year. I think the Pro Tour is probably the perfect place for that. I think Euro Tour possibly as well. He needs to get himself qualifying for them. I think that's possibly where the question marks could be with Danny Baggish. He hasn't qualified for enough Euro Tours so far in his tour card rotation. I think if he qualifies for them, he likes the big stage. Showed it at Alexandra Palace. Has shown it when we were playing in Vegas a couple of years ago. I think if he can get himself qualifying for them, I think maybe we'll see a different side to Danny.
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
But then you can flip the coin and say Damon Heads has been in the same situation and yet has managed to fly up the rankings. So I suppose you can also point that argument in.
Yeah. Jamie Clark is 1 away from beating Ricardo Petresco on board 9.
Also just seen warming up Battle of the Belgians, Kim Huybrechts against Brian Roman. That should be a good one. I think we asked a lot about Brian obviously coming onto the tour this year. A lot of pressure as the WDF #1. I think he's shown in patches, hasn't he, his brilliance. And I think, again, another player who's just settling into his new role and his new place and position within the world of darts.
My worry for Roman is I think the A game is very good, but I think the B game is horrific. It's either mid-90s or 77, 78 from my early indications of what I've seen. And that is a worry. And we're seeing the B game more often than the A game.
Where you can get yourself out of jail elsewhere, you can't get away with over on the big tour with the big boys. And that I think again, and we spoke about this about a lot of players, it's developing that B game, and it's something that maybe Brian has to find a little bit quicker than anyone else, because a lot of players can maybe get away with an 86 and just drag themselves through a first round game, whereas 70s and unfortunately won't cut it in the PDC.
No.
Do you make him your favourite for Lakeside possibly in a couple of weeks, or is there somebody else that perhaps takes your eye in the men's draw?
I don't make it, even though he's seeded 1, not for me at all. I'm waiting on the odds to come out because no one's priced it up yet. But for me, if he's anywhere in the top 3, I'd be laying him personally. I think there's consistency wise, I fancy Martin Adams or Jared Cole. I think Cameron Menzies arguably has the best A game in the tournament, but again, it's all or nothing with Menzies. I think Connor Scott is more consistent than Brian Roman. I just don't. I'm not on the Brian Roman hype train, shall we say?
Thibaut Tricot could possibly go under the radar. Not a lot of people are talking about him. No, we haven't seen much of him this year, but he might be one to look out for. One to look out for possibly today could be Gabriel Clemens, because he has sealed a 6-0 victory over Steve Haggerty, and Suits has departed for the day. Jamie Hughes, who bizarrely went treble 19, went on a 9-darter, wanting 144. He's got over the line eventually. It doesn't matter how he counts. He's been in the Jose de Souza School of Mathematics today, but he is through against Alan Suter by 6 legs to 5.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my take on that. I think Brian's a nice guy, and we've had him at the live league, and I think he's a steady player. I'm just not convinced around this hype of the number 1 seed and all that. I don't get it personally.
Indeed, be interesting to see how that tournament pans out. That is for sure. Let's have a look then at what's going on. Josh Rocker's started okay, 136 average in the first leg against Dave Chisnell. Good start from Mados Rasper, 94, 2 up on Mensah Sudovic, who is struggling a little bit in that one. Let's have a look at what else is going on. Callum Ridds 1 up on Adam Hunt. Simon Whitlock 4 up on Jack Maines. A good start to the day for the Wizard, averaging as well above the ton there. Gordon Mathers and Chris Dobie in action at the minute, and it's Mathers who is 1-0 up in legs. But interesting game on the stream, Phil.
The Northeast battle. However, I don't know if he's in the chat room at the moment, but I know Lau from Weekly Dartscast listens to us a bit when he's about, and Callum gave him one of his shirts yesterday. Nice gesture, lovely shirt. However, Callum, your signature is horrendous. It's a huge part of a dart player's arsenal is the autograph. I'm only giving you a C on that one, lad. It needs improvement.
The opinion we really want is that of Rodri Stud.
ironically, the nicest handwriting and autographing darts, it just flows like a river, is Chizzy's. It's unreal. Of all the people that you wouldn't have expected, it's just unreal. It's like poetry in motion watching him do his autograph.
And that's where the comparisons of Wilfred Owen end.
Vincent van der Voort having a bit of a stinker on board 7, only averaging 69. Sean Wilkinson playing very, very well, averaging 107.
Talking about Chizzy's pulling back against Josh Rock, so it's 2-1 in that one. Desmond between James Wade and Dan Webster said this game could potentially be close. It is at the minute. Wade is averaging 106 and still 2-2. It could be prime weighting of the opposite direction. Adrian Lewis, as we can see there, 107 average against Bolton's 108. Jackpot leads 1-0. 1-1 in the battle between Dobie and Mathers. Gurney's taking the first against Max Hopp. 1-1 between the new UK Open champion Danny Nopper and Jose Justicia, and Mados Rasma beginning a one wave against Mensur Suljovic, averaging 98 compared to Mensur's 79, and 3-0 up. Not a good day at the office so far for the gentle.
No, not at all. Adrian Lewis is 1 up on our feature game, but Andy Bolton looks as if he's going to make it 1-1. Callum Riz averaging 110, but he is 1 apiece with Adam Hunt. Dobie has levelled it up against Gordon Mathers. Vincent in a world of trouble, and Whitlock, the wizard, 5-0 up against Jack Main. Daryl Gurney flying at the moment.
Well, on a weekend when the Formula One comes back, Simon Whitlock is racing towards the finishing line against Jack Main 5-0. I don't know whether there's going to be a safety car and Jack Main gets 5 legs potentially and they have a 1-leg shootout, but we shall see. Had to get it in there somewhere. It's not as if you're not going to hear about it this weekend at all.
Oh, no. To be fair, I'm not a Formula One fan at all. I like the start if they all pile into each other and stuff like that, but I'm not a fan at all. But however, they're still going about the last race of the season now. It's like, get over it, people.
Agreed. It happened. We move on. It's like there being a dodgy VAR call in this, dare I say it, in the City Liverpool game in a few weeks' time that possibly hands won the title. Just get on with it, but we never hear the end of it if Liverpool win the league for courtesy of a dodgy VAR decision. But
yeah, absolutely.
But it is pole position for Simon Whitlock. He gets over the line 6-0 against Jack Main. Disappointing day at the office for Main there. Another one of our live league regulars, another player had a good weekend last weekend on the Isle of Man, Jim McEwen, taking on Stephen Bunting. Bunting, who, again, one of those players who needs a bit of a big year this year. Come the end of it, most definitely defending a lot of money at the World Championships. So these Players' Championship events here in Barnsley, Milton Keynes, Wigan, wherever we go across Europe, it will be important for him to bolster up that ranking ahead of that big defence at the Showpiece event in December.
Yeah, Daryl Gurney is 3 up on Max Hopp, and we said about the Max Hopp action, only averaging 80. Don't get me wrong, Gurney is flying at the moment, but the Maximizer, you'd expect a little bit more.
And this is what we were saying. We've seen 1 or 2 good signs of Max Hopp this year, but what we want to see is that sort of consistency level with it. I mean, and that's probably something, in fairness, we've kind of labelled with Max Hopp across his career. We've seen him win Euro Tours and get to a European Championship semi-final, possibly put himself on the cusp of a Premier League place that year, but then couldn't back it up at the events that followed. So it's always been a question mark that's hung around Max Hopp's head, and will be one that will hang around it for as long as we see this sort of level from him.
Yeah, completely.
Because again, he's another one of those players that if he can play well, he's screaming Premier League selection.
Yeah, like we say, the ticking boxes, it's not just about darts, and there are a lot of them that tick every box, but not quite the darts bit yet. And there are other players that tick the darts bit, but none of the other boxes.
Mm-hmm. Imagine Berlin, 10,000 people screaming to "Hey baby!"
Yeah, well, wasn't he? Didn't he? He was a challenger there, wasn't he? And it was unreal.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, it was just nuts.
Yeah, it was.
Yes,
unreal.
it would have had to have been 2019. Yeah.
Yeah. Alistair, Gary won and played very, very well. Sets up a tie with MVG. And again, looking at the frustration on Callum Ridds' face right now. He's behind. He's winning in every stat apart from the scoreline and doubles hit. He is the architect of his own downfall at the moment against Adam Hunt. Speaking of architects of their own downfall, yes, Josh Rock is flying, but Dave Chisholm averaging 79.
Not going to win, as we mentioned earlier, it doesn't win you many, if any, games on this PDC Pro Tour stage. And at the minute for Brian McMahon, Norton's 87, because Kim Huybrechts is 5-1 up, averaging 98 at the minute in the Battle of the Belgians. Another man flying is Chris Dobie, the number 17 seed today, 4-1 up on Gordon Mathers, 104 average for Hollywood, and it is certainly a Hollywood display so far. Can he continue it as the day goes on? Because we know how big a danger he is in these Pro Tour events, having already won 2 titles last year, hoping to win one this year.
Yeah, Stephen. Willie Borland plays Adam Gowlas next on 13. Nico says, do you guys think that some of the Premier League players struggle to get motivated for the Pro Tours? I wouldn't say motivated. I think it's very difficult going from packed arenas to the next day or 36 hours later playing in silence. I don't think it's motivation. I just think it's that familiar feeling of when you're so used to playing in front of people.
It's a bit like when we speak about football and a team plays a League Cup tie, say at a lower division ground when there's not going to be so many people. You can play a Champions League game in front of 70,000 at the Bernabeu, but then having to go to Colchester on a Tuesday night. No disrespect to Colchester, there's just a different kind of level towards how you're going to play and the environment you're in. And I think that's just natural for any sports when you're playing in the big cold and then you're moving down. It's not a matter of motivation. It just feels completely different. And they work off, I mean, people like Gary, people like Michael Gezi, they work off of those big arenas, those big events and that adrenaline that it provides. And no disrespect to the Barnsley Metrodome, it won't quite provide that.
No, exactly that. So yeah, I know, Henry, you've got to shoot in a minute, haven't you?
Indeed, I could probably hang on for a few more minutes. Yeah, I've got a nice little trip over to Fratton Park to watch today. Not working, watching today for a change. I'm going to be there for about 5 hours because we're playing Wickham. So
good effort.
Yeah, nice to have a weekend off every now and then, isn't it?
I can't remember the last time I had one, so I can't answer that.
It was 1987, wasn't it?
Yeah. I could still smell the fresh paint, the china.
Michael Fish says there wasn't going to be a hurricane.
So, yeah.
So have a look at Adrian Lewis on the feature game, firing 4-1 up on Andy Bolton at the minute. 96 average, nice and steady this from Adrian. It's what we want to see from Jackpot. And also what you want to see from Barry Keane / King Barry, whatever you want to call him on these streams. 100 average, 3-0 up on another player we've seen a lot on our live league, Stu Wilson. So good start there for King Barry to his day, potentially here in Barnsley.
Yes. Very much so. Josh Rock doing well on the Pro Tour. Yeah, no, look, very, very good player.
And he's kind of just come from absolutely nowhere, without disrespect to him. I think we saw him maybe at 1 or 2 events at the latter end of last year, but nothing too major. Then comes to Q Score and just absolutely sets it alight. And fair play to him. It's nice to kind of find these diamonds from the rough from completely nowhere at times. But one man is definitely not a diamond from the rough. An established major champion is James Wade, and he is through 6-5 in the decider with Dan Webster averaging 101.84. Did the machine and had to average above the ton to get the better Darren Webster in the decider by 6 legs to 5. The machine is still in the fight for the title of the Metrodome.
He is. And again, Darren Webster not seeing vast improvements after winning his tour card back. Not the demolition man that we have come to expect over the years. Ashley says, Gezi not playing today. No, he pulled out pretty much straight after the Premier League, mate. Big moments on the stream. Adam Hunt was on the cusp of beating Callum Ridds.
Just to answer your question, Nico, they probably do need a win, but realistically, they're not going to get in the playoffs, which is something I can say on this station and perhaps not on another broadcaster that I work for. Their season, I think, is pretty much finished.
Romeo done.
2 times 10 plus 1
equals Romeo done. Love a niche so solid reference.
Jimmy Gregory, love Chizzy, but very frustrating player to support. He's like the Tottenham of darts. Well, you know what that feels like, Phil.
Oh, it's horrific being a Spurs fan. Absolutely horrific. Honestly,
Just
one
reminded
minute we
that
can be so good, and the next day we are literally the dog and duck from Andover and District Sunday League.
Just a reminder that my little club from just down the road here won a major trophy more recently than you have.
The thing is,
and we've been in administration and been to League Two and back.
I can see good things with Conte, but I just can't see him staying. I think he walks in the summer when he doesn't get the backing he wants.
It never felt like a fit, did it? As good a manager as Conte is, it just never quite felt a fit for him at Spurs, for the same reason that Mourinho was never going to be a fit at Spurs.
Yeah. On plus point, if he does walk in the summer, hopefully Maurizio comes home.
Well, I don't think he'll be staying at PSG beyond the summer, that's for sure. And I don't think he'll be going to United. I've still got a funny feeling Conte goes to United in the summer.
Look, he could fix them, that's for sure.
It'll absolutely destroy him behind the scenes, but what he will do is he'll win them a couple of trophies, and that's what they need at the minute.
Yeah. Oh, completely. Vincent van der Voort has gone. Sean Wilkinson doing a job on the big Dutchman. Callum Ridds fighting for his life. And it just looks as if he may put on a spurt here. Look, he's bossed this game, and the scoreline is because of his own issues. But he may get 6 starts at 196, and just as I thought, he was a prominence in position. He does get out of jail. I was going to say he was horrific setup, but not punished, and he has the darts in the final leg. The Riot just doing enough. Where do you think Webster would be today if he'd received the Premier League invitation in 2018? It's a good question, Philip, because right then, there was a genuine case to have him in the Premier League. Didn't he get to 4 or 5 quarterfinals of TV events, quarterfinal of the match
And
play,
big ones.
quarterfinal of the Worlds?
Was that the year he's 6-0 up on MVG in that players semi-final as well?
Yeah, it was. So yeah, look, there was a genuine case then to have him in. I'm just having a look. He did. We missed it because we did not have that eyes on it. Josh Rock hit a 9-darter. Let's go back in and look at the scores, and he did. All you need to do is look at the 3-dart average, and when it says 167, you don't need to know anything else.
Absolutely not.
Because I'm still waiting for someone to attempt the perfect 9-darter. I don't think it'll ever be done, but the scenes if it was. Could you imagine in a TV event someone actually trying that?
Could you imagine the crowd if it happened, first and foremost?
Oh.
And secondly, if you messed it up first visit, you're going to look like a clown.
Completely. But if you get it right, you're going to be immortalised forever. And the Battle of the Northeast, it's another break of throw. Adam Hunt has defeated Callan Ridds in the opener.
Disappointing day for Callan Ridds. It's just not quite kick-started for him in 2022 after the brilliant World Championships that he's had. Needs to rediscover that form of Ali Pali somehow, some way.
Yeah. Afternoon, Mark. Hope you are good.
I always get excited when this man warms up. Richie Burnett taking on Steve Lennon. Richie Burnett can please people.
Yeah, the Joker, John O'Shea, is in action as well. He's taken the opener against Stephen Burton. Dan says, what is the perfect 9-darter? 167, 167, 167 equals 501. But who would have the balls to go 60, 57 ball, 60, 57 ball, 60, 57 ball? That would take a serious set of kahunas.
6 sets all, 5 legs all in the world final.
Oh, could you imagine?
Just stop dance. Just quit the sport altogether.
Yeah. Either that or the Saturday night in Blackpool at the match play when the Winter Gardens is packed to the rafters. You've got people swinging from the chandeliers, people jumping off the balconies.
Bedlam in Blackpool.
Absolutely.
Alternatively, in front of 10,000 mad, raving, darting, loving Germans in Berlin.
Yeah. It'd be unreal. Absolutely unreal. Adrian
There'd be
Lewis
steins thrown everywhere.
Yeah. Andy Bolton has sent this one to a deciding leg, and we will see what Adrian Lewis has in the locker. Tell you what a result for Shindiggity. Martin Schindler being Kevin Doe at 6'3", averaging 111. Astonishing. And we said,
not
did Adrian Lewis
shabby at all.
It's not a bad start. 177. He couldn't win it with a 9, could he? Could he?
Wouldn't be
45.
good enough. He ended at 167.
Yeah.
We don't want
To be fair,
anything else other than 167.
To be fair, that's the point where MVG got in, 2018, where he completed normal darts and he was genuinely looking for ways to do stuff that no one else had done.
Mm-hmm. But like one year, I'm just trying to pop random Red Bulls off a lampshade behind a black or something like that.
Yeah. Look, I can't. I don't know if a dart player would do it, but like Ronnie did, is there a prize for a max? No, all right, I'm going to pop the pink.
Go treble 20, double 12, lay it up for double 8 or something like that. 8 double 8.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'm not sure they get out the venue in one piece.
Or it's one of the ones where you leave the ball finish on as part of the 9 darter for the doubling start, and you leave 161 because you go 160, 180, 161. Instead of going for the ball, you just plonk one in big 18. Is there a prize
for the giggles?
Now, right? Oh, could you imagine if Gazzy done it as well? Oh,
it'd be a bear pit.
Shitehousery of the highest order.
It feels like a Peter Manley thing to have done back in his pomp.
Yeah. Oh. Speaking of Peter Manley, Adrian Lewis has just missed 3 match darts. If this 1-3-1 goes yellow, it's going to be rather salty.
You'd be giving it large too, Adrian.
Yeah. It doesn't. Andy Bolton with the plain chips, no salt. And Adrian Lewis gets over the line. And from there, because they are in the chat room, we have the Joker's #1 fan club in the chat room. So we'll stick it up as feature game. The longest ever reigning, defending world master, the Joker, John O'Shea.
Not quite going to do the level of my beloved Pompey of holding the FA Cup for 7 years, though.
Well, the way COVID's going in the Netherlands, we don't know.
True. One person gets a sneeze and the whole country's locked down.
Yeah. Has anyone done a 9 darter finishing on the big fish? What did Mensur Suljovic do in a Super League game?
I'm sure. Didn't he leave 150 and hit 3 balls or something like that? Or am I dreaming that?
Mensur Suljovic did a ridiculous 9 darter in the Austrian Super League.
Sure, Kostogpi did a weird one as well back in the Netherlands. Well, I suppose a look at that. Jeff Smith has sealed his place into the last 64. Big weekend for Jeff Smith. Needs some more points on the ranking. 6-5 victor over Martijn Kleermaker of the Netherlands. So he is through to round 2. Warming up, Willie Borland. I know a man a lot of people are looking at. He's taking on Adam Gavas.
No, right. So it was done in the Eastern Europe Super League of Darts, which is, I think it's part of the associated tours and things like that. Mm-hmm. Mensur Suljovic went 170, 170, 161.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Again, if you mess that one up, you look like a right plonker, Rodney.
Yeah. Yeah. First darts for the ball. Treble 20, treble 20. I'm going to go for the ball.
Single 15.
How's Bunting getting on? He is 4-3 in front against Jim McEwen. Jim McEwen has just broken back and will now throw for 4 apiece on the stream. As we all go through the gears here. Richie Burnett takes the first day, averaging 107. I love Steve Lennon to bits, however. Go on, Richie, lad. More scorpion kicks.
He could possibly be one that can get away with wrestling more. He's probably the most notable one to do it. The man with the scorpion kick.
I just want to see him back on that Ali Pally stage. Could you imagine?
One more time. Imagine if he drew Gizzy.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Get the popcorn out, order yourself whatever takeaway you want, sit down on the sofa, put the fire on, and just enjoy.
Yeah.
Maybe not put the fire on too much. We know how much electricity bills are going up.
Just looking at some of the pictures from the World Seniors Open Series. There's some big names there. Shane Burgess, Barry Bates, Andy Hamilton making his debut. I know they've had to call it something different for obvious reasons. However, the Pro Tour for the World Seniors is looking decent.
Indeed, it is. And what better for Gob than a weekend away watching some of the best senior players in the world? Just down the road from us, over in Newbury.
Yeah, I brought him back from Nottingham, didn't I, to the south of the country.
I bet that wasn't a quiet journey home.
No, it was fair. To be fair, I was tired because it was just a long day, long drive, so it made it good.
Mm. Worst days, those ones, those long journey days.
Yeah. Philip says Mentor does that quite a lot going for the ball with his last start. Don't mind that strategy. Yeah, look, when it looks good, it looks amazing. Jason Heaver 4-2 up on Jules Van Dongen. And the Joker is 1 away. This is a tidy performance. 93, not to be sneezed at.
Absolutely. You take that 6 days out of 7 and maybe twice on a Sunday.
Ian White completes a comeback win over Ted Everts. I think that's the last game on board 1. So potentially at 120, we all know what may be coming next. Get your popcorn out. El Clasico is on the horizon.
Dubai Mark II. And that will be the first and only time Barnsley gets referred to in the same sentence as Dubai.
Barnsley and Dubai, that's a comparison.
We both know where Dan Dawson would prefer to be.
Oh, he'd pick Barnsley all day long.
Barnsley and Wigan, the meccas of darts. He's currently commentating on Steve Beaton, who is at 2 apiece against Bradley Brooks over on board 11, one of the streaming boards on PDC TV today.
Yes, indeed. Keegan Brown 4-1 down to Lee Evans, but both averaging well over the ton. Am I the only one that finds Steve Bunting's action hard to watch? Look, Steve Bunting is a lovely guy, but just the way the dart sort of like he curves it into the hand. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's pointing down.
Yeah. I think a lot with actions, isn't it? It's whether it's aesthetically pleasing or not. And we obviously over the years have spoken about Steve Beaton's throw as just being one that's so easy on the eye to watch. And it is those small things as well, which when you look at Premier Leagues and stuff like that, the throwing action can also play a big part. And you look at the 8 players that are in it, all 8 have got really nice, silky smooth throws, which you just watch all day, every day. I think it also helps when you're right-handed with those actions as well.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I say I love Stephen Bunting to death. It's not a thing. I just, when you look at actions, he's not one of the ones that I go to and say I like watching that.
Mm-hmm. It's not one without disrespect. You'd say to a kid picking up a dart, that's an action you want to look at.
Yeah, and that's the point. You wouldn't coach a kid to arc the dart like he does. It's almost like down like that. But hey, look, it works for him, and that's what it's all about.
World champion.
Works, exactly that. If it works for that person, then brilliant.
So it's the same with Mensah. I mean, we spoke about him in the 170s.
Not a problem. Glad the kids enjoyed it. And now, because this one's not going to start, we'll go and please some of our other supporters of the channel on the other side of the world, and we'll put one of the most informed men in darts at the moment up, the Heat. How often does
I know it feels like
Go on, mate.
I was just going to say an impossibly difficult question, but is Damon Heta perhaps the next in the queue to become first-time major champion now?
Possibly. The thing with Damon is, and he's not the only one, by the way, he plays brilliantly, but like at the UK Open, there is still that dodgy one that he throws in that when he lost, the only average was at 88. It's something when you throw the dodgy one in, instead of it being 88, you need to get the dodgy one to around the 95, 96 when you've still got a chance then. Does that make sense? It's upping that dodgy one, which is something Peter Wright has done well and things like that. It's when you're not quite your best, it's still, can you average a mid 90s because you've still got a chance.
It's a bit like what we said about Brian McMahon. It's finding that B game that's going to be competitive at the highest level.
Yeah, completely. It's something that Chris Mason says and is a big advocate of. It's not how good your A game is, it's how good your B game is. Because all of these players, their A games are phenomenal. Okay, there are one or two that are better than others, but they can all hit 104, 105 averages at their very best. Some, as we all know, can go and hit the 110s, the 115s and so on. But it's that drop off when you're not averaging 104. Can you get around that 95 mark instead of the 90 mark? It's those little bits that separate the good from the very good.
Completely agree with you there. One man who is close to something great is Ricky Evans. A good first round victory for him against Peter Hudson, 5-1 up. And I feel like we forever say this about Ricky Evans. When are we going to get that big moment from him? That blue touch, kind of that moment where it just all clicks and we finally see him kind of where we expect him to be. And that's playing at major events, perhaps a bit more towards the latter end of these major events, because when he's on it, he's so good to watch and such a likable character as well. So we'll just see whether we can maybe push something together. Obviously, getting the match play be first priority, and then once he gets there, maybe give it a bit more of a push than perhaps he has done in previous times.
Yeah. Jim McEwen, has he just blown the opportunity potentially? Yes is the answer, although it doesn't come this time round. Jim McEwen has missed multiple darts to force a decider, and Stephen Bunting steps in. The Jammy Dodger beat Steve West 6-4 as well. Bradley Brooks back in contention against Steve Beaton. it's interesting listening to Keane Barry speak as well, or Barry Keane, that he's one that throws just as quick as Ricky Evans, but he's made a massive effort and a massive push to set his first start properly, and we're now seeing the benefits of that. That dart 2 and 3 are still as quick, but it's that setting of dart 1 has made all the difference to Keane Barry.
Well, this is the thing with the quick players, is we don't want them to lose their rhythm, because that's naturally how they throw. So you don't want to change that too much, and obviously we don't want to see them slow down because it's so good to watch. What sometimes with these faster players, as you say, is setting themselves for that first start, setting themselves for the visit. So because quick players run in a rhythm, when the first start is there, they can follow up with 2 or 3. Because if a player, say, strays into a single 1 and they go wild first start, then the visit's almost over before it began.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Let's have a little look around the board. Steve Lennon 4-2 up on Richie Burnett. Eddie Lovely 3-1 up on Darius Labanauskas. Lee Evans 1 away at 5-3 against Keegan Brown, another player who needs some big results on the Pro Tour. Mike Kivenhoven 5-4 now up on Jake Jones. Steve Beaton 4-3 up on Bradley Brooks. Adam Gavlas 3-1 up on Willie Borland. Vladimir Anderson 2-1 up on Scott Wakes. 2-2 between Ryan Meikle and Matt Campbell. Hurt Netches 4-0 up on Richie Edhouse. And as we can see on the stream, on the feature game at the minute, Damon Heta is closing in on victory against Jimi Hendrix. He's 5-1 up and perhaps looks comfortable in this leg as well to get over the line. But that's a big score from Hendrix.
Massive. Right. 100. I'm now 100% convinced as well, because it's not even warming up yet, that MVG Gary Anderson is being held for a stream, because it hasn't even gone to warming up.
Why would they do that, Phil?
Yeah, how dare they hold such a game for a stream board? No, I'm just looking at it, because normally when it's on board 1 the way it is, Ted Everts finished a good 10, 15, or a good 10 minutes ago now, probably. Oh my, Damon Heta.
That's okay. That'll do.
That was a little bit good.
Shut both of us up.
Yeah. What do we know?
We'll talk about MVG Anderson as much as we want. Damon Heta will just clatter into and hit a 157 for the match.
Yeah. Cameron Menzies next on stream board number 1. Let me have a look at the board calls on. Warming up. Yeah. Warming up. Right. Yeah. So I'm pretty confident that next on stream board 2 will be board 1.
Interesting.
Oh, I tell you what else is warming up. Warming up on board 14, Henry. Have you seen it?
Oh,
the Barney alarm has sounded.
Against Mike Dedecker in a Lowlands battle. That should be a good one. Just have a look at some of the last 64 games warming up. Ross Smith, Jim Williams, again, another good game. Gabriel Clements, Keane Barry, Joe Cullen against Louis Williams, who we saw in the feature game in his first round match. And the ever exciting Cameron Menzies. We just never know what we're going to get from him, but what we do know is we're going to get entertainment and fireworks. At the same token, he takes on Radek Szyganski of Poland.
This will either be 107 or 77.
Either way, though, it will be entertaining.
Yeah.
Cameron Menzies doesn't deal in dull.
No, he doesn't. That is for sure.
And Steve Beaton is dealing in victories today. He's off the mark at the Metrodome. He's beaten Bradley Brooks by 6 legs to 4. And in this battle of generations, it is the old guard that sees themselves through on board 11. So Beaton is through, having beaten Brooks 6-4. And Ricky Evans through 6-3. Against Peter Hudson. The Rock will have to go again another day.
Absolutely. And again, a bit of a shameless plug. If you haven't yet, make sure you follow us on TikTok. Don't get me wrong, I haven't got an app. So I haven't got a Scooby's what I'm doing over there. However, seem to be doing all right, as in the numbers and all that are good, and it's just a platform that's too big to ignore any longer. So if you've got TikTok, head over there to our online darts page.
Can you promise you won't do any of the dancing?
Oh, I can absolutely promise you I will not dance.
Thank goodness.
I can't promise I won't get Gob to dance, but I won't.
Trying to convince people, Phil, to subscribe.
He's not here to say no. So if you can, well, what are we on at the minute? Let's have a look. Right. At the moment, we are on 562 subscribers. When we get to 1,000, I will get Gob to do a river dance for St. Patrick's Day.
Followers have dropped to 400.
Your account has been closed.
There'll be some scenes in Newbury tonight. I can imagine him dancing along to Cotton Eye Joe. That's the worst bit.
The Blackpool Pop World Tour live on TikTok.
I think they have one in Newbury as well.
Dude, I haven't been out of Newbury for a while.
No, I haven't.
Oh, I got it wrong. Connor Scott, Nathan Espinal on board 2. So they get. Surely they're not. Well, I'm guessing they're holding board 1 then. That's an awful long break because this game's only just started, and Ando finished. Oh, sorry, Ted Evans, Ian White on that board finished a good 15 minutes ago.
Go and do your Saturday shopping, lads, and be back in an hour.
Oh, you're right. We all know that Michael and Gary love a moan at the best of times. Oh, and Richie Burnett breaks back. Now has the darts. Well, we all know that Gary and Michael love a moan at the best of times. They just want to get on with it. And waiting around this long, neither of them will be happy with that.
No. Absolutely not. Don't know it would be a long delay, them two getting their game underway. What happened at Goodison Park the other night?
Oh, don't. Were those bolt cutters made of chocolate or something? That mate was almost jumping up and down on them, and it still wouldn't cut it.
Worst bit was they let him carry on watching the game.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. No, but apparently he's going to be rewarded for that heinous crime of an Everton season ticket.
Yeah. The thing is, it's like to cable tie yourself round your neck to a goal It's not an easy thing to do. It's like with security having a coffee break or something. I get it's just if it's a handcuff, because you can already like, have one to your wrist, and it's just a case of whacking one round. But cable tying yourself round your neck to a goalpost is not an easy thing to do.
And the thing was that it was with cable ties, wasn't it? Connected to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, we were in the press room in obviously Nottingham, and we were all in absolute hysterics.
15 minutes that took.
Yeah, it was like, surely there's a pair of scissors in a first aid bag.
But remember, you're not allowed to run around with them.
Yeah. Richie Burnett, 88 for a comeback win, and the original Prince of Wales. Every game involving Richie Burnett, someone should have a GoPro on. He's missed the ball.
Ideally not Richie, because you probably wouldn't have a clear picture when he's throwing.
I reckon Steve Lennon has missed a dart at tops as well. I think they both missed a match dart. Oh, Burnett's missed again. No, Richie. Can't see him getting a second chance. And doesn't get a second chance. Did the hard work.
Unfortunately, it's at this juncture where I've got to love you and leave you on, unfortunately.
Not a problem, buddy. Thanks for popping on for an hour and a good hour and a half, mate. Massively appreciate it. I say I'm going to be flying solo for spells. I think Liam's going to pop on when he gets home as well. The team's spread thin today with everything going on. But, mate, pleasure to have you on.
As always, take care, Phil.
Cheers, Henry. So Henry departs to go to the football. So I'm going to fly solo for a little bit. So now it's down to the chat room to get involved and get us through this. Cameron Menzies is 2-1 to the good at the moment on stream board number 1. What else have we got going on? Barry Keane, 2-1 up on Gabriel Clemens. Loads of games just getting underway. What should we go for? Had him already. Louis Williams, 4-0 up on Joe Cullen. Joe Cullen averaging 104. Williams 103. Let's put this one up a minute so everyone can see the ridiculous numbers. John says, do you think all 8 players will win a night this year? Do I think? No, I don't. Cameron Menzies is now 3-1 up, but no, Jonathan, I don't think they will. Not a problem, Andrew, at all. Like I say, we've got a full quota tomorrow. We've got Dan and Henry's back on tomorrow as well. Just today with everything going on, so a little bit spare. So But we will keep you going. We will keep you up to date with everything that is going on here at the Super Series, or the Pro Tour, sorry, it was Super Series last year. We do have a block of them in the race for the match play, Hots Up. But as of today, Ryan Searle taking out there against Scott Williams, Jeffrey DeJuan and Roby John, one apiece on board 16. And make sure you come and say hi. Make sure you subscribe as well and drop us a like. Who will miss out on a Premier League? So I've got a lot. I'm not going to lie. I didn't see Gary Anderson winning one, and then he went and produced that. So I don't see Wadey winning one at the moment. Joe Cullen has one of those games that, form-wise, he might not be playing particularly well at the moment, but he has that game where he can turn up on one night and just go bananas. Will Michael Smith won? Michael Smith's playing well, but well enough to win one? I don't know. So I'm going to go Wadey and Michael Smith not to win one. How long before Michael and Gary will be live? As soon as this Cameron Menzies game is done. I thought they'd have put it on board, on stream board 2. But it's obviously going on stream board 1, and both players will be annoyed about this because there was a long, long wait. You think MVG, by the time this one finishes and they get on, MVG probably played his first game 2 hours ago. Gary played second, so an hour and 40 minutes ago. They won't be happy with the wait. Joe Cullen fighting back. He was 4-0 down to Louis Williams. It's half the deficit, 4-2 now. Again, until Liam gets on, it's just all of you and I. So, again, come and get involved in the chat room. Rob Cross getting underway against Boris Kirchmar. On board at number 3, Luke Humphreys has taken the opener against Ryan Joyce. On board number 4, Danny Baggish, 1 up on Willie O'Connor. 2-0 as we said that. It goes green to win the leg. Barry Keane, 4-2 up on Gabriel Clemens. And we've also got a noble. Vladimir Anderson, 5 apiece with Scott Waits. Menzies back in front on the stream. Dirk van Dijvenbode on the hill, 5-2 up against Luke Woodhouse. Joe Cullen is on a charge. 1-3 on the spin. Louis Williams now has the darts, has to throw, has to stop the rot, has to stop this Cullen charge. And Vladimir Anderson defeats Scott Waits in the Noble 6-5 to the Dane. Mike De Decker levels it up against Raymond van Barneveld, 4 apiece. Connor Scott and Nathan Aspinall about to get underway on the stream. First time we've seen Aspinall. He's played once already, but there is some strapping back on that wrist. Last time we saw him at the UK Open, there was no strapping. This time there is. It's not as intense as the one we saw at the World Championships. Let's have a look at what darts Connor Scott is throwing as well. Doesn't look as if he's switched to his new mission dart yet. They look like the old Whitlockers to me. And Aspinall wins the ball and gets underway. And Menzies is 1 away as well. 5-3 to the good. Jim Williams, 5-3 up on Ross Smith. Ross Smith has just got 1 back. Mike, yeah, look, it looks as if he needs an operation. And if he's to have it, the recovery period is 9 months. Aspinall takes the opener, but it is a scrappy leg. Rob Cross level with Boris Kirchmar. Andrew Gilding continued where he left off against Peter Wright. Takes the first leg, 1-2-5 average. Doubles his advantage 2-0 against Jamie Clark. Jamie Clark averaging 102. And you can get nowhere near Goldfinger. Ryan Searle has 1 back against Scott Williams. Searle only averaging 89 at the moment. Joe Cullen at the point now of has to attack the Louis Williams throw. Needs this leg, otherwise we'll be gone for the day. Yeah, well, that's the problem, Mike. They've got to try and work out the best period or the best time period to fit the operation in. I think the issue is the Worlds, basically. The amount of money the Worlds is worth, you just can't miss it. No, I don't know if he can. I said that the statement released by his management company is they're trying to manage the situation for as long as possible. That I guess that they want him probably booked in either as soon as he was out of the Worlds or the first week in January. And then say you have a good recovery period and you can knock a few weeks off of it. Maybe at best you could be back for August, something like that. So yeah, my guess would be to see if they can manage it enough to get him through to the World Championships. Or if it gets any worse, that decision may be taken out of their hands and they have to just get it done. So I could watch Cameron Menzies all day long. Love the raw emotion. So now, when that score graphic goes, I fully expect it to say next on stream board 1 will be Michael Van Gerwen against Gary Anderson. If not, I have no idea why they held it for so long. Dirk van Dijvenbode, the Ober Genius, sees off Luke Woodhouse 6-4. Very tidy game from both. And Joe Cullen is on the cusp of a remarkable comeback. He was 4-0 down. He was 5-3 down. But he has just broken the Louis Williams throw and now has the darts in the decider and starts with a 1-7-4. The rock star is doing rock star things. Is that a slip? Oh, there we are. Stream board 1, Michael Van Gerwen against Gary Anderson. Told ya. Nothing between them here. This one going to the wire. Lou Williams needs to be good with his counting here. Irrelevant because it was a straight up, but he couldn't have stayed straight. He needed to go around the board. So his advantage, Joe Cullen. He has 6 darts to get rid of 172, a ton to leave 72. But what pressure will this 72 be under? Louis Williams, can you leave this? There's enough. 86. It's a nice little finish, but may not get a go. Cullen, 72 to complete the comeback. And I think he's missed a match start. By that, he's gone. Now, Williams, who dominated the early exchanges, was pinned back. Oh, and Louis Williams has also missed match starts. They've both missed match starts in this deciding leg, but Cullen, 3 in hand, looking at double 16, and it goes in 1. The Rockstar completes a remarkable comeback. Louis Williams will be kicking himself. There's 2 streaming boards on PDC TV, which is subscription. Have to pay for them. But you can't watch every game there. The Rockstar. Right. Tony Martinez, 4-3 in front against Jose de Souza. We'll go. Chris Dobie against Jason Heaver up next on the feature game. Much better from the Ferret as well. On board 6, Johnny Clayton averaging nearly 104 as he leads Jamie Hughes 5-4. Remember, everyone, make sure you drop us a like. Only 68 likes. You guys can do better than that. Anything you want to drop in the chat room, feel free as well. Aspinall averaging 96 here as he leads Connor Scott 3-2. And he has produced it when it matters here, Aspinall. Just watching the stream in Dark Connect, making sure I don't ruin it. James says, MBG, Ando doesn't get any better than this. Absolutely, mate. It is still the El Clasico of darts. 100% review on that one. When the two go at it in full flight, there is nothing better. Josh Rock and John O'Shea warming up as well. I know we've got the Joker fan club, Maisie and Laura watching at home. Warming up now. Jeffrey Deswan is producing a tidy little run today. He is on the hill, one away from beating Roby John. He's 5-3 in front. Again, a man that is defending the King's ransom this year on his ranking. Needs to find something or will be heading back to Q School. Gary Anderson, Michael Van Gogh is underway. It has gone live on Dart Connect. Just looking at the equipment, both are throwing. Is there any changes from Thursday night? Doesn't look like it. Like we all look as we were. MVG wins the ball. Johnny Clayton wins his match 6-4 against Jamie Hughes. It's a ton top and average from the Ferret. Also, big moments on board 10, which is stream board 2. Nathan Aspinall has broken the Connor Scott throw and leads 4-2. Absolutely, Mike. They were tickling tungsten on the banks of the Toon that night. Luke Humphreys gets the better of Ryan Joyce, 6-4. 102 average from Cool Hand. Madders Rasma is getting underway against James Wilson. Ryan Searle in a noble against Scott Williams. Nothing between them in the averages. It could all be down to who has the throw, and Scott Williams has found a huge, huge maximum in this noble leg. Ryan Searle is on the hill. He had the darts, but Williams has found a huge, huge moment in this game. So Searle leaves 1-3-2, but Scott Williams is going to get first go at 116. Remember, we are deep into this noble leg. 92 to leave 24. Can Ryan Searle break his heart? No is the answer. So Scott Williams has 3 darts in hand to knock out Heavy Metal. And it goes, second dart in hand. Ryan Searle departs. Scott Williams marches on. The associated member doing bits here. Also, Gary Anderson levels it up with MVG on the stream. 1 apiece. Christobi leads Jason Heaver 2-1. Pleasure, Cameron. Glad to have you along. So why did Fallon point at WF? Just personal reasons, mate. Nothing, no conspiracy or anything like that. Just go look at the stream. Just going to look at MVG's throw. Didn't think it looked particularly great on Thursday. Looks better today. I like that a lot more. Jose de Souza has gone, beaten by Tony Martinez 6-4, and Gary Anderson, averaging 107, has broken MVG's throw. Again, doesn't matter what form these two are in. When they play each other, sparks fly. Gary Anderson averaging nearly 108. Michael Van Gogh averaging nearly 107. Carry on, gentlemen. Just look at the scores. In leg 4, MVG's gone 140, 180, 90. Gary Anderson, 125, 134, 140. Carry on, gentlemen. Just carry on. This is absolutely sensational. And the 91 goes in 3. Gentlemen, look, there is no better game in darts. No, if anyone tells you otherwise, I'm not having it. MVG averaging 111. Gary Anderson, 109. Sparks fly when these two meet. Just sensational. I know there are other games going on, but this is darting genius. Josh Rock, 1 apiece with John O'Shea. Dobes now 3-1 up on Jason Heaver. James Wade, Charles Mike Copenhagen, 2-1. The battle of the Belgians is 1 apiece. Aspinall, 1 away, 5-3 up on Connor Scott. Andrew Gilding for his second ton-topping average is 5-3 up on Jamie Clark. And Aspinall defeats Scott 6-3. Is Jose De Souza a concern? Mike, I've been saying this for about a year. I've been concerned about Jose. Too much shoulder and everything involved in the action at the moment. Oh, this is majestic. Ando with another 180 and Michael Van Gogh and only with a 56. In a game of this magnitude, this is a slip. This is a slip. These two are just absolutely sensational. Scrap this best of 11. Can we make this best of 31 on the stream? Just let them carry on. No, Ryan Searle lost Daniel. Gob, hope everything is good in Newbury. Now Gary Anderson wants 96 for a second break of throw. It doesn't go. MVG 75 to hold. Checked out 91 last time. Oh, and it goes again. This is vintage MVG. These are the finishes that haven't gone recently. The little combinations, your 75s, your 86s, your 91s. Today they are going. Oh, Gary Anderson, 171. We're ridiculous. I don't normally do this, but however, I am going to make an exception for anyone that hasn't got PDC TV. 2 seconds. For one game only, because this is absolutely ludicrous. We'll have 2 feature games up. And also, God, Gary Anderson switching to the 17s as well. He's been listening. Josh Rock, John O'Shea, level at 2 apiece. James Wilson, 2-1 up on Madas Erasma. James Wade, level with Mike Copenhagen. But Anderson wants 72 for a hold. Great 136 from Heaver. Yeah, absolutely. And it looks as if Jason Heaver is going to level this up potentially. Unless Dobes can take out 94, he can't. Can MVG take out 122 to break and daylight? Oh, he's missed a dart at double 7. He's hit the 2 treble 18s. Oh, Gary. Is that the first mistake? In a game of this magnitude, you get punished. Just watching the stream now. Let's see. Gary under tops on. So the 122 pin. The 254s are as sweet as you like. 7 didn't really trouble it, if I'm being honest, the first time round. Gary Anderson, then 3 in hand at 10s. First one's a good marker. Just working off of them. How's that third one not gone in? even at 4-2, the way Gary Anderson's playing is this one is not done. And just had a little lull in this leg. The first 6 legs have just been majestic from both as Anderson looks to break and get us back on throw. Anderson does break back. So 4-3 MBG. But Anderson has the darts for 4 apiece. Carry on, gents. I know there are also other games going on. You can't see them because we're putting 2 games up, so I'll run you through them. The Canadian Derby is getting underway. Jeff Smith against Matt Campbell. World Cup teammates collide. Kim Hybrex 2-0 up on Ricky Evans. Cameron Menzies has taken the opener against Stephen Bunting. He leads 1-0. Sean Wilkinson 1-0 up on Lee Evans. Sorry, 2-0 just there as it goes. Merv King 1-0 up on Adam Gowlas. Adam Hunt 2-1 behind Steve Beaton. Danny Noppert, Steve Lennon 1 apiece. Josh Rock and John O'Shea level at 3s. James Wilson 3-1 up on Madders Rasma. James Wade 3-0 with Mike Kyvenhoven, and Super Mario leads Dimitri Vandenberg 3-2 as it looks as if we are heading for 4 apiece in the El Clasico. But are we? We are 4 apiece. Gary Anderson trailed 4-2. Now back level. Is that a mistake? Yes. Punished by Gando. MVG needs a maximum or a 1-7 something. Otherwise, he is staring down the barrel of defeat to Gary Anderson. Oh my. Oh my, Gary Anderson. 180, 96, 180. Michael Van Gerwen is in a world of trouble as Anderson looks to win 3 on the spin. And does win 3 on the spin. That leg had 2 maximums in it as well. What a game this is as Hollywood gets over the line. 6-3. He beats Jason Heaver. Going to stick the Canadian Derby up. Henderson's grouping looks so good today. 180s are on a pinhead. But right now, Gary Anderson, I was about to say, the destiny of this game is in your hands. It may not be after this visit. Oh my. Michael, what have you done there? We'll see this on the stream. When Gary presents you with an opportunity like that and you only find 28. That could be match point for Gary Anderson. The 28 literally sprayed them all over the place. $96. Ferrando to win El Clasico. It doesn't go. However, this would be a roof raiser. Only a ton. So Gary Anderson, 3 darts in hand to see off Michael van Gerwen. And it goes, second dart in hand. Gary Anderson defeats MVG. What a game, gents. What a game that is. The averages dipped because of the last leg, but up until that, the first half of that game was sensational. Oh. Turn the wrong one off. There we go. Back again. Yeah, it was absolutely, James. Up until then, it was an absolute belter of a game. Merv King averaging 104, 3-0 up on Adam Gaulas. Right, let's get our breath back and let's run you through. We've got the live scores back up there. Stephen Bunting 3-2 up on Cameron Menzies. Not much between them in the averages. Martin Schindler 2 apiece with Gert Enches. Merv King running away with this against Adam Gaulas. Gaulas only averaging 78. So who wins the live league tonight? It's such a tough one to call tonight. Genuinely, the unbelievable 6-man field we have. Steve Lennon levels it up with Danny Noppert. And also John O'Shea has beaten Josh Rock in a last leg decider. The Joker, 6-5 to John O'Shea. Into the last 32. Bunting has just broken. He leads Menzies 4-2. Jeremy Dodger is in front. The Machine behind. The Dreammaker turned it around. He is in front. And we are 2 apiece as World Cup teammates collide on our feature game. As Matt Campbell looks to go back in front and does. Next on the stream board, it will be Whitlock against White. James Wilson is on the hill as well. Also, that game's just disappeared. So, I think Mike Covenhoven has beaten James Wade 6-4. Machine has been switched off. Let's have a look. Anyone else watching the stream right now? Stream board 1. Is it me or is Ian White? All right, let's have another look. I think Ian White is throwing Gary Anderson code darts. Chat room, see if you can confirm that for me. Is the Diamond throwing Ando darts? I'm 99% certain he is. Matt Campbell has a break opportunity. Looking at 10 to break the Jeff Smith throw and does. Matt Campbell. This is the Matt Campbell that we were hoping to see, averaging 96. Bunting has just beaten Menzies. Wilson has just beaten Razma. And at long last, after about 4 million goes, Simon Whitlock has actually won the ball. Yep, Rapid Ricky Evans has spun this one around against the Hurricane. Jason H. They look like it, Phil. Yeah, I'm 99% certain that he's throwing the Anderson code dart. Or the code dart that's made for Gary. Because all the others have the code at the beginning. But Gary has them at the end. And Rapid Ricky, 6-4 over Kim Hybrex. Much needed for Ricky Evans. Let's see. Adrian Lewis needs to keep winning. He is out of the match play spots as we speak. Get rid of that window. Merv King is still running. He's outside as well. Stu says he's throwing Ian White codes. I don't think they are, mate. I think they're Andos. I'm not saying I'm right. They look identical to the Gary Anderson ones. My guess is, Juanita, it's being held for the stream. Normally, when they're waiting around like this, it's being held. And do you think it was nasty by Peter Wright what he said about Michael Smith? Look, it happens in every sport, so why shouldn't it in darts? But that's just one of those things that I've got no issue with it. It happens in every sport. A bit of trash talking, a bit of mind games. So yeah, no, I'm good with it. Matt Campbell beats Jeff Smith, 98 average from Campbell. Ian White, again, I'm not going to say how I know, but he is having a new dart made. But it's not them, because they're code. The new ones he's having made are completely just he's like standard design dart. But Hollywood going about his business as well here. Ian White averaging 103 at the moment. In front, 2-1 against Whitlock. Dobie faffed around on his doubles. Will he be punished? Yes, he will. Jim Williams wins the opener. Bottom quarter is wide open. Proper chance for Rapid, Merv or Jackpot to have a run today. Absolutely, mate. I said this before the draw was even, or before the darts were thrown. I thought the bottom half looked a lot less stacked than the top. Steve Lennon is in front against Danny Noppert. I'm not going to call him by his nickname because it's ridiculous. It'll always be the Shamrock. Gurney in front against Lovely, and Martin Schindler. Shin Diggity has taken his game against Gert Nenches to a noble. Adrian Lewis getting underway against Vladimir Anderson. I'm not sure what I think of Simon Whitlock's new dart either. Looks like a bit of a hybrid version of both his darts combined. Let's have a look. We're going for a double in a minute. I think it's still got the distinctive scallop in it. It's trying for a double now, so we should get a nice close up. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what it looks like. Also, looking at the stream, I know it's a very taboo subject, but we're now 4 legs in, and normally by now, a game involving Simon Whitlock, that board looks battered. Looks in very good nick. Just looking at some of the pictures from the seniors as well. Colin Monk playing. Daryl Fitton there. Dave Prinz. Real established names. I'm going to keep one tab open and just keep an eye on the seniors. Vince Tipple, again, seeing plenty of him at Q School. Gary Stafford. Jim Walker. Johnny Haynes. Some big names there at the seniors today. Robert Rickwood, we've seen plenty of him on the Live League. Shane Burgess, we've spoken about. Barry Bates. Andy Jenkins. Richie Howson. Right, back to the Pro Tour though. Chris Dobie is looking at 3-1 behind here. If Jim Williams can pin 24. And it does go. Steve Beaton levels up with Scott Williams. That one's 1 apiece. Simon Whitlock is now in front against Ian White and Daryl Gurney, 4-all with Eddie Lovely. Talking about that race for the match play. Adrian Lewis is outside as we speak. Merv King needs a run. Willie O'Connor, Ricky Evans, Mike Kyvenhoven all need runs. Simon Whitlock is now 4-2 in front. Was broken the Ian White throw. Jim Williams playing really, really well here, averaging 101. I'm just at times not convinced about the Jim Williams throw. A little bit floaty for my liking. The seniors event number 1, Jason, is on now. It's on Dark Connect as well, so you can follow the scores and results. Some big games warming up. Board 8, Dirtman Diamond Boda against John O'Shea. Board 7, Willie O'Connor against Sean Wilkinson. Tony Martinez, Merv King, Andrew Gilding on fire today. He's had his Weetabix. He takes on Matt Campbell and Jeffrey Deswan against Ricky Evans. That one will be gone in the blink of an eye. Jason said White being outfinished. That used to be one of the biggest parts of Simon Whitlock's game. His finishing was unreal. I think they're waiting for all the last 64 games to end. No, if you look up Juanita, the last 32 games are well underway. I think they've just decided that they're going to stream that one. Simon Whitlock is now 1 away. Lewis and Anderson, or Vladimir Anderson, sorry, are 2 all. It's not vintage, but Jackpot just needs a win. And we've seen a big celebration from Daryl Gurney as he wins 6-4 on the stream. John O'Shea, Dirk Van Dijvenbode underway in the last 32, as is Merv King, Tony Martinez, Matt Campbell, Andrew Gilding, and Ricky Evans, Jeffrey Dujwan. I'm pretty sure that game could go all 11 legs, and Andrew Gilding, Matt Campbell, only 6. I don't know which one will still be done quicker. Chris Dobie scrapping in this one. But at some point we'll need to find a break of throw. Otherwise, staring down the barrel. These 180s not needed on his throw. He needs them on the Jim Williams throw. Oh, hello. Hold on. Could you, Chris Dobie? Could you? 180. 180. We're not asking for too much, are we, Dobes? Not asking for too much. Live on the stream as the feature game. Idiots. I'm joking. How we doing, Colin? All right? What's Chin's ranking right now? So, Super Chin in the rankings is, for him, a very lonely 21. But he's 4 in the race for the match play. That he's played, so over the last 6 months, there's been real signs that Super Chin is on the right way. And the Wizard beats the Diamond with a cheeky little double 19 out. Multi little sauce. And there we have it. Streamboard 2 will be Damon Hetta and Keen Barry. This is the leg that Dobes would love a couple of those maximums. And he comes up dry. Dirk Van Dijvenbode taking the opener against John O'Shea. It doesn't look like a classic from the scores. Top 16 by the end of the year. Yeah, look, he needs some good runs in TV events and Euro tours especially. But this year, he's defending 102 grand. So forget the Worlds. Defending 15 at the match play, 15 at the Players' Championships. So yeah, he needs some runs in big events. Colin, yeah, the seniors is on Darts Connect, mate, as well. So here we go. The point of no return. Dobes needs to win 3 on the spin. 2 of them would be on his throw if he can find a break of the Williams throw. So Barry and Hetta getting underway. Steve Beaton is in front against Scott Williams. Dirk 2-1 up on John O'Shea. Adrian Lewis level 3 apiece with Vladimir Anderson. Lewis only averaging 84. Now we keep going on. We see brilliance from Jackpot 1 minute and then ordinary the next. But all eyes on our feature game. Dobes needs to pin this. He does. This is the leg. Jim Williams looking for a comfortable hold. Chris Dobey needs to mount an assault on the Williams throw. And is that the glimmer? Is that the flicker of hope Dobey needs? Not enough for me. needed to be 2 trebles to be punished. But 2 trebleless visits for Jim Williams. Now Chris Dobie. Punished. Chris Dobie is mounting an assault on the Jim Williams throw. What has Williams got as an answer? 96 isn't enough. So Chris Dobie, get your counting right here. Have to go downstairs. And does on a finish. Now, Chris Dobie, you have 6 darts to get rid of 170 and break. If you'd have offered this to Hollywood at the start of the leg, he would have bitten your arm off for that opportunity. 96 leaves, 74 should get at least 1 match start, maybe 2. And Jim Williams can only set up the big fish. It's been an absolute honker of a scoring leg for Jim Williams. And Hollywood breaks when Jim Williams wanted that comfortable hold of throw. He only found 1 big treble in the leg and is punished. We said Hollywood needed to win 3 on the spin, but 2 of them would have been on his throw. Now, can you hold? Oh, that is magnificent, Chris Dobie. In a noble, you find a maximum. Brilliant. Stunning from Hollywood. And at the vital time, it's all gone horribly wrong for Jim Williams. In the first part of this game, the Quiff played some sensational stuff. However, when it really mattered, it's all gone wrong. Even to the point, a 140 did not hurt Chris Dobie. Dobie on a finish after 9. Brilliant response from Jim Williams. 177 to leave 136. This one's back in the melting pot. Sensational setup from Chris Dobie. He on double 8. If Jim Williams cannot... I think Jim Williams has missed a match start for what would have been a sensational run of darts. Hollywood ends Jim Williams' run for the day, produces a stunning comeback, but Jim Williams almost went incredible 177, 136 out, almost did 313 in 6 darts, but it is Hollywood who produces and gets over the line. Keane Barry is 2-0 up on Damon Hatter. This one on throw at the moment. Gilding and Campbell level at 2 apiece. Jeffrey Deswan is 5-1 up on Ricky Evans. Next on streamboard 1, it will be Luke Humphreys against Danny Noppert. Cool Hand against the Freeze. And Jeffrey Deswan dispatches of Ricky Evans. Johnny Clayton back within 1 of Bunting. Barry King seems to be playing quite well at the moment. Yeah, no, he is. Slowed down his first start massively. And again, I know it's a very taboo subject, but King Barry is one that doesn't enjoy a good practice before he plays. Matt Campbell back in front on Andrew Gilding. Tony Martinez has levelled up with Merv King, 3 apiece. Sean Wilkinson is taking William O'Connor to school here, 4-0. Level, Dirk and John O'Shea, 3 apiece on a feature game. Joe Cullen, 3-2 up on the Jammy Dodger. So we're looking at the equipment being used on the Freeze and Luke Humphreys. We've got any changes going on since the UK Open with Danny Noppet? I very much doubt it. No, same setup for him. So we'll look at Cool Hand. And his look the same as well. Is JDZ upturning form? Maybe an upturning results, but not really performances. Although he cruised to victory against Ricky Evans. It was only an 87 average. Ricky Evans only averaged 82. So not really for me. So almost an hour wait for the boys to. Yeah, we need that's the problem when they pick games for streaming boards and the ones beforehand get put back and everything like that. That's always the issue, unfortunately. Just an update from the seniors. The number 1 seed, Dave Prinz, is into the last 8. 5-4 win over Mike Norton. Aspinall against Gurney is now underway as well. Martin Schindler takes the opener against Rob Cross. Damon Hetta back in this one, 3-2 behind against King Barry. Matt Campbell has just broken Andrew Gilding. And Dirk holds his throw. Rob Cross levels up against Shindiggity, and Aspinall takes the opener against Gurney. And Sean Wilkinson has completed the bagel of Willie O'Connor, 6-0. Nico says, Phil, do you think the new Premier League format should stay? 4 apiece, John O'Shea levels up. I like the fact that every game does matter. The old format, there was a lot of dead games towards the end of the season in the Premier League, where this way there's not. I think the one kind of downside is you kind of forget there's a league table still going on, because it's the winner every night and that. So I think there are little tweaks that could be made, but I prefer this to how it was, because the billing around Judgment Night and no one was ever judged on Judgment Night because relegation was already done and stuff like that. So look, there are still tweaks that could be made, but I like it compared to what I did. Just had a message from Liam. He will be with us in about half an hour's time. What did you think of James Richardson's new shirt? Yeah, no, I liked it. Aspinall leads Gurney. Anderson against Whitlock is also underway. And if this 95, it doesn't go, so John O'Shea has an opportunity to break the Dirk van Dijvenbode throw, coming back for 16, and it goes. Second art, the Joker has forged the opportunity to throw for the match and book a place in the last 16. Wowzers, Simon Whitlock taking the opener against Gary Anderson in some style. Just a cool 150 average. Drop me pen. Don't worry about it afterwards. Got another one. Joe Cullen gets rid of James Wilson, 6'4", ton average from the Rockstar. I'm just looking at the Nathan Aspinall averages. He averaged very well in the last round. This was my worry. The longer the day went on, I didn't know how the wrist was going to hold up. Rob Cross 3 went up on Martin Schindler. Colin, Gob is in Newbury for the World Seniors events. That's what I mean. So much going on this weekend. We're spread a little thin. But Gob is in Newbury. He was in the chat room earlier. No, don't worry, I'm good at the moment. And unfortunately, John O'Shea has passed up the opportunity to throw, and Dirk breaks immediately back, and we go to a noble leg. 501 points separates the pair from a spot in the last 16, but the Over Genius has the darts. John O'Shea needs to find a barrage of big scores. And that is a big score. What a time to find the maximum. What can Dirk van Dijvenbode produce? That's not enough. Advantage, John O'Shea in the decider. Leaves a finish, but he would have liked a little more, something a little easier. He is down to a finish, but Dirk can leave, I was going to say, could leave it handy, but that's not enough either. So John O'Shea, 160 for a place in the last 16. There's a couple of results coming in as well. Stephen Bunting has beat Johnny Clayton 6-5. Merv King has beaten Tony Martinez 6-5. But we're going to stick with the feature game as it comes to a climax. 1-4-2 for Dirk. Doesn't go. So John O'Shea should get 2 match starts if he keeps them straight. And I have absolutely no idea what he's done there. I know one thing, he hasn't kept them straight. And has paid the price. Dirk van Dijvenbode edges past John O'Shea 6-5 into the last 16. Yeah, I'll put the World Senior scores in the link in the chat room. That link is the Dart Connect for the World Seniors Open Series, event number 1. Again, this game is on fire. Simon Whitlock and Gary Anderson. Also, Damon Heta is now in front against Keane Barry. It's not the glitz and the glamour of Damon Heta that we've seen of late. This is a scrappy knock for him, but showing a lot of grit here. And Damon Heta has taken the darts. Simon Whitlock averaging 114 as he leads Gary Anderson 3-2. So cheers, Colin. Thank you very much, mate. What a way to win it. Damon Heta pins 1, 2, 4 and game. In the words of Paul Hinks, to beat Barry Keane 6-4. And like I said, it wasn't vintage, but over the line. Daryl Gurney, Nathan Aspinall, level at 3 apiece. Luke Humphreys, Dane Oppert, the same scoreline. Rob Cross has daylight between himself and Martin Schindler. 5-2 now as Voltage is going through. Gary Anderson has a break back opportunity here. on the 82, most people would like to see their first dart nestle in the ball. I'm pretty sure Gary Anderson would have been happier with 25-17 for tops. We all know he doesn't like that left-hand side of the board. But gets rid of the 82 in 3, and we are level at 3 apiece. And what has that win on Thursday night done for Gary Anderson? We are seeing the ridiculous numbers from Anderson again. We haven't seen these for some time, but found it on Thursday and is continuing today. My pleasure, Juanita. Not a problem at all. Like I say, we had Henry for a bit, and Liam will be here in about 20-25 minutes as well to see us home. But like I said, in between flying solo, we get the job done together. Me in the chat room. And then tomorrow you have myself, Henry, and Dan. I think Henry and Dan are doing a bit of a split shift between them. But Whitlock, 1-4-3 to break again. Doesn't go. So Anderson, 104 to hold and lead. And he's missed a dart at tops. I think he's gone low. Judging by that scoreline, 64 and gone low on tops. Whitlock, 86 to break, and it does go into Whitlock back in front. This is an absolute belter of a game. The Wizard averaging 112 to Gary Anderson's 105. Carry on, gents. Nathan Aspinall is now behind to Daryl Gurney. Daryl Gurney has upped his average. He's now nearly 94. He leads, and Rob Cross has beaten Martin Schindler 6-2. Again, not vintage from either of them, but voltage is into the next round. Let's Aspinall has leveled it up at 4 apiece. Luke Humphreys is on the hill. He's on the cusp. And he starts 180 ton on the Danny Noppert throw. Danny Noppert needs something huge. Speaking of something huge, that's huge from Gary Anderson. On the Whitlock throw, he's on 140, 137, 180. Whitlock's had one poor visit of 96. Oh, he gets a lifeline though. Gary. Missed opportunity. Whitlock looking at 65, and it goes into Simon Whitlock's finishing has been nothing short of world class. Speaking of world class, Luke Humphreys a 12-dart leg to seal the match and a 6-3 win over Danny Noppert. Cool hand marches on. Gary Anderson now needs to be perfect. No room for error. Needs to win 3 on the spin. Also, Daryl Gurney, 74 points to go within 1 and lead Aspinall again. Aspinall sat on Shanghai. But won't get a go. Gurney, the 74 goes in 3. Nathan Aspinall now needs to hold and break. Gurney just needs 1 leg. You know, Nico, you know. Thank you very much, Juanita. So keeping my eye across both of these, both at pivotal moments. This would be vintage Whitlock. It doesn't go. So Gary Anderson doesn't normally leave himself in and around the 16s area. Doesn't matter. Pins it. This is the leg though. Simon Whitlock throwing. Gary Anderson needs to find something special. Phil flying solo today. Yeah, Henry was on earlier and Liam will be on later on. So just flying solo for a couple of bits, Excalibur. So Aspinall 82 to send us to a noble. Doesn't take it out, but we'll be back. Gurney on 260. What he'd give for what Whitlock's just hit. 180 from Simon Whitlock. So Joe Cullen, Stephen Bunting next on stream board 1. Aspinall finds 8 on his second dart, and we are going to the noble. Chin has the darts back to this one. Simon Whitlock tees up 144. What Gary Anderson would give for a 180 or a 17 something right now. Leaves the big fish. But Whitlock gets first poke at the 3 dart combination. Doesn't go, but tidies it up well. 96 to leave 48. Unless Gary Anderson can reel in a whopper. And when we mean whopper, we mean the biggest one of all. Doesn't go. But taps Whitlock on the shoulder and says, I'm on a double if you can't take it out. Oh, big moments here. Simon Whitlock has missed 2 match darts. Gary Anderson levels it up at 5 apiece. So I'm going to say he probably threw the 140 in just carefree, thinking Simon Whitlock will hit this. We're going all the way. 108 plays 109 average, and Anderson starts with a 140. Also, Aspinall is slightly in front in this decider. 2 nobles going on simultaneously. I think we will get a result first in the Aspinall game. But keeping my eye on both. This is majestic from Gary Anderson at 5 apiece. 140, 140. Whitlock needs a max to respond. Aspinall down to 124. Anderson, how tidy can you leave this? Advantage Aspinall. He has stolen the darts from Daryl Gurney. Anderson leaves a finish, but it's a biggie. Juggling that going on here right now. First go to Aspinall, 124, and he misses a dart at the ball. 1 match dart has come and gone. Gurney, 126. Anderson, 164 in a different game. Right juggling that to keep you involved here. Oh my word, Daryl Gurney has just taken out 126 to beat Nathan Aspinall in that decider. Chin marches on, 126 and game for Daryl Gurney. Whitlock finds a maximum against Anderson, but is it in vain? Yes, it is. Gary Anderson is over the line. Comes back from 5-3 down to win 3 legs on the spin. Gary Anderson marches on, but great signs for Simon Whitlock. What a climax to both of those games at the same time. Right, let's change the feature game. Adrian Lewis, Dimitri van den Berg are just underway. There we have it, ladies and gents. Just waiting for Joe Cullen, Stephen Bunting on the stream. Merv King, Mike the Decker warming up. Wowzers, what a couple of minutes that was. Again, I think in all the excitement, did we miss? We did. Joe Cullen also did a 9-darter against the Jammy Dodger, James Wilson, in the last round. It's all going off today. Adrian Lewis is behind 2-0 to Dimitri Vandenberg. Right, let's have a look at the race for the match play. At the top half, they're all done and dusted. I'm not worried about them. Chris Dobie in 6th, again looking on a good run. Vincent van der Voort drops out of a match play spot. Adrian Lewis is back in on camp back. The rest are all a little bit away. Adrian, if he wins this one, I know he's behind, but a win here would leapfrog him over Simon Whitlock in 15th as well. Oh, what a treat on stream board 2. It will be Gary Anderson against Hollywood Chris Dobie. 2 belters on the streams, PDC TV, for all your streaming action. However, stick with us here at Online Darts and we will run you through absolutely everything. We have got you covered. I know he was listening earlier. I'm not sure if he's in the chat room. But, Gob, if you are, the 9-darters are popping out everywhere again. Merv King, My Decade is also underway. Warming up, Matt Campbell, Daryl Gurney, Steve Beaton and Damon Hetton. Tidy little run for Steve Beaton here today as well. It's the last 16. And the Adrian Lewis throw is under the cosh here. This 1-2-1 probably has to go. He's missed the dart of the ball. Dimitri Vandenberg wants 47 for 4-0. Dart connects out a wobble. But is that a lifeline for Adrian Lewis? It's only a glimmer of hope. It goes. But right now, Adrian Lewis is being bossed by Dimitri Vandenberg. Again, Dimitri Vandenberg, free-flowing scoring-wise at the moment. Steve B and Damon Heta underway as well. And Dimitri's going to have at least 6 darts to do the Della. Tidies it up, leave tops. Lewis will want a maximum just to tap him on the shoulder and say, I'm still here. Only a ton. Josh, the 2 streaming games are Joe Cullen against Stephen Bunting, Gary Anderson against Chris Dobie. And Vandenberg 4-1 in front. That 3-leg gap has been reinstalled. Tidy run from Matt Campbell here today as well. Very good from the Canadian. Michael Decker levels up against Merv King. Heta takes the opener against Steve Beaton, but all eyes on this one. Adrian Lewis needs to find one of those bursts, one of those spurts that we've seen. Otherwise, could depart in the last 32. And when you're 40th in the world, last 32s don't cut it. Rob Cross, 1 up on Luke Humphreys. But Lewis, this 43, to cut the gap. And it goes. So, 4-2 Vandenberg. Devon Darts and Gaming in the chat room says, hi, hope you are all good. Lovely, lovely part of the world, Devon. Not too far from me. Go, Gary. Yeah, it's been ignited after the other night. Sensational from Gary. Heta 2-0 to the good against Beaton. Van Dyvenbode and Wilkinson underway, and Rob Cross has broken Luke Humphreys 2-0, averaging 125. But Lewis cannot make an impression on the Vandenberg throw. And right now, can't see anything other than a Vandenberg win here. Lewis just can't make an impact. Theo says, Scott, yeah, Connor lost earlier on today, but top player. A good lad as well. There we have it. Vandenberg 32, which would take him to the cusp. Lewis now needs to win 4 on the spin. And from what we've seen, unlikely when your opponent is averaging 110. Darts on tonight. Yep, Theo, the live league, the final tonight, and what a final it's going to be. An absolute belting 6-man lineup we have for you. 10 o'clock it starts. When we're done from the stream here, I will be going off to the studio. Damon Hetter has raced into a 3-0 advantage over Steve Beaton. Matt Campbell takes the opener against Daryl Gurney. Luke Humphreys has a leg back against Rob Cross. And Dirk has taken the opener against Sean Wilkinson. Just waiting for the stream boards to get underway. And as I say that, stream board 1 has burst into life. Joe Cullen against Steve Bunting. Mike DeDecker, 4-1 up on Merv King. When is Mike in the race for the match plays? Well done. Even only a win would put him in the green for the race for the match play. And stream board 2 as well. Flying Scotsman against Hollywood. So everything now underway. And job done. Dimitri Vandenberg seals a 6-2 win over Adrian Lewis. Dimitri Vandenberg averaging 108. Which one are we going to go for? We haven't had either of these two, I don't think, yet on the feature game, so we'll do this one. Yep, Sam, Dobie is underway. Jason said, Phil, who's your pick for today? Looking at what's left, it's going to be tough to call. They're all playing particularly well. However, Gary Anderson is leaping off the page right now. He's been majestic all day. It's been a long time since he won a Pro Tour title. Is the Flying Scotsman due? Just looking at both Gary and Chris Dobie's actions. Both fabulous actions. As Dobie levels it up. 1 apiece. And Mike DeDecker has made lightning work of getting rid of Merv King. 105 average for the Belgium starter. The real deal, Mike DeDecker. Absolutely flying. Matt Campbell averaging 105. Daryl Gurney's 104. That's 2-1 to the Canadian. But just sensational arrow slinging at the moment. Yeah, Sam, so over 2 years since Gary Anderson picked up a Pro Tour title. Just amazing what winning does. And I've just seen Liam pop up in our little backstage bit. So let's get Liam in. And if by magic Liam joins us, good afternoon, buddy.
Good afternoon, Phil. How is it all on the stream today?
Unreal day of darts, mate. Genuinely standard through the roof.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to catch a glimpse of one or two ongoings throughout the day. And I must say I've been impressed. A couple of 9 darters. The gob has gone, I hear.
Yeah, Gob's not here, so we've had 9 darters from Josh Rock and Joe Cullen.
Gary Anderson is
behind. Has been majestic today.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of the Simon Whitlock game. Was it 180 average in winning?
Yeah, to be fair, Whitlock, real good signs for Simon Whitlock fans as well. And also, I'm not sure what points he was using or whatever, but we saw a Simon Whitlock game on the stream that didn't annihilate a board. So either the Blade 6 is far better than everything else, or he's found a point that doesn't kill him.
Oh, it's good to see the Blade 6 in action. It's by far in my opinion, the best board out there. Just looking at it on the stream now.
Yeah, the Blade's been the best board for years. But yeah, no, just top quality dart in action. Dimitri van den Berg playing really well. I've been really impressed with Matt Campbell today. He's 2-1 up on Daryl Gurney, but the performances have been really good from the Canadian.
Yeah, good run from Steve Beaton, I see here as well. Last 16.
Yeah,
impressive
much
by
needed
the
from him. Much needed from him.
Looks much better from Daryl Gurney in the last couple of weeks. At the start of this year, he's really needed a big year, and he seems like he's kicking on.
Yeah, he took out a brilliant 1-2-6 on the ball to beat Nathan Aspinall in a last leg decider. Damon Heta has been...
It's going to be interesting. It's a big opportunity for everyone outside the big three today. Now the Price, Wright, and MVG are gone. Massive opportunity for someone today.
Yeah, well, obviously Price pulled out. Wright actually played really well. Andrew Gilding was just unplayable, and Gary played really well to beat MVG. So it was. Have a look at something. Pro Tour Order of Merit.
This Anderson Chris Dolby game, it's on Streamboard 2 on PDC TV. Looks a cracker again.
Yeah. Yeah, Gary's action just looks, after winning, just looks Rolls Royce again all of a sudden.
Yeah, I must say I was worried from last week, but I mean, it's amazing what a couple of wins and a bit of confidence can do, even to someone like Gary Anderson, who doesn't seem to be that fussed about confidence or practice, and he just looks majestic at the moment, and it's brilliant to see.
Yeah. Just think. Gary Anderson 40th on the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
Am I right in saying his last victory was that at the beginning of last year? or was it the year
Yeah,
before?
No, beginning of 2020. So 2 years without a ranking title.
Rob Cross is in command here against Luke Humphreys, moves 5-3 ahead. High quality contest there by the looks of it. 97 average from Rob to 96 to Luke.
Yeah, it's
beaten.
We've got a bagel, Dirk van Dijvenbode, blitzes past Sean Wilkinson, nearly 96 average from the Over Genius.
Yeah, there's another player who hasn't really kicked on since COVID. Dirk van Dijvenbode. I really expected him to kind of take his form back into when the venue started opening up again. We saw fans come back in. The Dirk would kick on, but it's interesting to see a couple of players left in the field or a lot of players for that matter, that haven't really been in good form the last couple of months that are kicking on here today.
Yeah, no, agreed. Daryl Gurney levels it up with Matt Campbell. It would be funny, wouldn't it, if Gary Anderson could get himself back in that top 16 on the Order of Merit, on the Pro Tour Order of Merit, and just rock up to a Euro Tour because he felt like it.
Be interesting to see how many more Sundays Gary's misses between now and the end of the year.
Oh, if he wins today, 100% he pulls out tomorrow. You can just see it now.
Yeah, I had the exact same thought before coming on air. I said he's done today if he gets a win.
Damon Heta does beat Steve Beaton 6-3. And our final last 16 game is warming up. That one was slightly behind, but Dimitri and Jeffrey Dejuan will soon catch up.
Yeah, massive average from Dimi in the last game over Adrian Lewis, 108. Not a bad average from Adrian Lewis. I didn't see much of Lewis today. Did he have many big wins, Phil, or how did he get on?
Patchy. When it was good, it was good. When it was bad, it was bang average. Typical Adrian Lewis that we've seen. At spells, it looks really good. And other spells, he won one with, I think, an 86 or something like that. It was just like...
It looks like it's getting there ever so slowly. But he seems like he's making tough work at it at the same time for someone who's such a natural ability in the game.
Oh, 100%. Oh, Chris Dobie can't be wasting those chances. Dobie had 3 clear darts in hand to break the Anderson throw. Missed. And we all know what follows the miss. Gary Anderson pins tops at the first time of asking.
In the meantime, Rob Cross has got over the line 6-4 against Luke Humphreys. Rob finishing up with 102 average in that one to Luke Humphreys 98. So a high quality contest there between Humphreys and Cross, but it's the former world champ that gets over the line in the last 16.
What did that? 2 seconds. It's a tiny little game, this is. Big moments here for Matt Campbell. If he can get himself into a quarter-final of a Pro Tour, could be huge for him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we all predicted this before he came on the tour, how much ability that he had, and if he can really kick on here, prize money wise, confidence wise, you give him a real boost ahead of the rest of the year. Gary Anderson looks in command here, moves 5-3 ahead against Chris Dobie. Just slipped a butt under the ton average. It's still a high quality contest all the same.
Well, that was the fear. Dobie had 3 clear darts to break Anderson, failed, and then Anderson breaks straight away. And in that leg, Dobie wired a dart on the bullseye for the 1-2-1. Anderson then pins 87 in 2, clean as a whistle. Slap bang in the middle of the treble 17, slap bang in the middle of double 18. Vintage Gary Anderson right now. And genuinely, I'm not overplaying this either. The action hasn't looked this good for a long time.
No, looks genuinely effortless on the stream here.
Yeah.
It looks like we've been cast back 4 or 5 years to prime Gary Anderson. And we have a result. So Gary Anderson has got over the line against Chris Dobie, 101 average, 6-3 win over Dobie. Dobie averaging a ton, like you said earlier on, Phil. He's had his chances, but it's the Flying Scotsman who continues his good run of form the last couple of days, and he is into the quarterfinal.
He is.
Dimitri Van den Berg and Jeffrey Deswan are finally underway in the last quarterfinal as well. Dimitri will have the throw first in that one.
Joe Cullen, Stephen Bunting level at 4 apiece, and is Daryl Gurney making a dash here 4 apiece, and he's produced a blistering leg on the Matt Campbell throw.
Both players struggling slightly in the Cullen Stephen Bunting match. Cullen had an ideal opportunity to move 5-3 ahead. A couple of darts for that leg, but Bunting nips in to level up at 4 apiece. Both struggling and scraping, but if Cullen has fired in a 180 here in this 9th leg, leaves 86 after 9. So a big chance for Cullen to edge in front on the Bunting throw here.
I say, Daryl Gurney scored amazing there. Just got a bit jittery at the back end there on the doubles.
And Cullen has pinned double 16, so he is now throwing for the match against Stephen Bunting. He leads 5-4.
As I say, maybe Matt Campbell's running out of a little bit of steam here.
Yeah, I thought they were just dropping off a little bit there, but Campbell's sticking in there. He's firing back, and as does Daryl Gurney.
Dimitri Van den Berg takes the opener against Jeffrey Dejuan.
Big moments here in the Colin Bunting match. Colin's left 36 after 12. Bunting needs the 136 to stay in it. And he can't take it. So Colin's back for 3 darts at double 18 for the match here. And he takes it in 1. So Joe Cullen has beat Stephen Bunting 6-4 to reach the quarterfinals.
The Rockstar marches on. Let's watch it on the stream. Let's see how he does it. Again, chat room, get involved. Who do you think wins from here? And big moments. Matt Campbell has broken back and will now throw for the match against Daryl Gurney in our feature game. I'd love it when we get to the point, Liam, where we have at least a camera on each board. Not comms or anything like that, but just a camera on each board. Because Daryl Gurney has then responded with a max.
Yeah, these are the jittery moments. Last leg deciders. Can they pull it out of the bag and get over the line?
Dejuan and Van den Berg, one apiece.
Big moments there. Campbell firing.
Advantage, Gurney, Liam.
Oh, brilliant from Gurney. 180, 140 in this leg. Gonna need something massive, and he can't put any pressure on now. So it's Daryl Gurney's to lose in this last leg decider. A great run so far from Matt Campbell, but could it be coming to an end? 96 needed for Gurney. Ooh.
Oh. What has he
What
done?
happened there?
How's he
This
landed
isn't
up?
as easy. I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, so a chance again for Matt Campbell at the 151.
I'm still trying to work out how he's. Gets away with it, however it is.
I wonder, chat room, any ideas of how he's managed to leave 3 off of 96?
Well, he's obviously gone in. He's obviously gone thrown for double 3, so it's how he's ended up on double 3 with 2 darts on 90. How do you? No, Jason, because he had 96. So even if you get the treble 20, you're then going for double 18.
Maybe there was a miscount of some sort. But then Dart Connect is there, so I'm not sure.
He's done a Jose and miscounted.
Yeah. Some good signs early on here from Jeffrey Deswan. And just as I say that, Dimitri van den Berg has taken out a 1-4-5 to level it up at 2 apiece. That was to hold, that was a break, the Jeffrey Deswan throw after he'd broken Van den Berg. So 96 from Deswan, 87 from Van den Berg. And he's right back in this now after that 1-4-5.
The worry for Dimitri, though, is he's gone from 108 to 87. Majestic against Lewis, and then this.
And this is one of the worries if he really wants to break the mold and get into the top 4, so to speak, that he has to find that level of consistency to be winning with that B game and not see such a drop-off. Because it's nearly 20 points different in the average from his last game at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
We got the Battle of the World Championships in the quarterfinal. Gary Anderson will take on Rob Cross. Joe Cullen will take on Dirk van Duivenbode. Anderson and Cross is on stream board 1. Gurney will face Damon Heta. Mike de Decker will play the winner of Dimitri van den Berg and Jeffrey Deswan.
Yeah, Adam, that might be a good. Possibly. He's definitely thrown one. He's definitely hit a wrong number somewhere.
There's one pins double 19 to move ahead again against Dimitri van den Berg. So he has broken to Van den Berg straight away again. So neither player seems too keen on holding their own throw in this one. And a big score there, 1-3-4 to open up. So good signs from this one.
Yeah.
Dimmy seems to be struggling a little bit here. I know he pulled out the 1-4-5 a couple of legs back, but other than that, he looks really scrappy. 2 trebleless visits here, and there's one, if he can take advantage of this, a massive opportunity for him to reach the quarterfinals. He's got that break that he needs.
Yeah, just this is Dimitri all over. Brilliant 1 minute, and then just dog and duck the next.
Pulled it out a little bit in this leg, a 1-3-5 and a 140 to remain in it. It's up to just one now. And I reckon he's missed the dart at tops for the 160. So tops for Deswan to move 2 legs ahead. And he takes him 1. So Deswan holds and leads 4-2.
I reckon excuse me. I reckon they will probably hold and try and go all quarterfinals off at once, so they all kind of finish the same sort of time.
Is it just me, or have they flown through proceedings today?
It has been very, very quickly, yeah, which is obviously great. And again, I don't mean this horribly because some people will take it out of context, but the slower players didn't get very far today. Like one or two had good runs, but we didn't have a catalogue of slow players in the last 32 and things like that.
Couple of players had a long day yesterday, so and we had Premier League players playing Thursday night as well. So it's a long couple of days for players. I've just had a little look down at some of the averages we've seen in the top of the first round games. A little bit below average, I would say, from certain players. So some of them may be feeling the pressure a little bit of playing consecutive days.
I'm just going for a quick loo break, Liam. I'll let you call the end of this one in. Just going to the loo quickly.
Yeah, no problem. So an opportunity again for Jeffrey Deswan to take this 86. Dimmy's missed darts at double 12. Oh, and a big opportunity. Deswan has had a dart of the bull, so Dimmy may survive. Double 6 for Dimmy, and he takes it. Last dart in hand, so he remains in this content. So Deswan still has that crucial break of throw of Dimitri van den Berg. So if he can hold throw from between now and the end of the match, he will win. But he only opens up with a 46. So big opportunity for Dimmy again to break back. And he starts with a 140. Daryl Gurney will play Damon Het on Streamboard 2 on PDC TV. Got PDC TV 1. We have Gary Anderson v Rob Cross in the quarterfinals coming up shortly. Oh, and it's Dimmy's turn to throw in a howler 44, so to advantage Deswan again. If you can follow up that 140 and a 41 from Deswan. So neither player seems like they want this leg. They're just starting to feel the heat a little bit. And Dimmy fires in at a 140. It's not good enough to leave a finish, but certainly puts the pressure on Deswan, who needs a big score here. He fires back. He's the first to a finish in a 134. Not the easiest of checkouts, but what can Dimmy do to pressure this now? Can he leave himself a handy finish? Oh, brilliant. 137 to leave top. So the pressure's on Deswan to hold here. He's had his opportunities. Can he take out a big, big finish? Oh. So big opportunity for Deswan. Dimmy will come back for tops to level it up and break back. So he takes in 1. So Dimmy has broken back. He now has the advantage of the throw in these. This is best of 3 now. So can Dimmy serve it out?
Even though he's level, it's not convincing, is it, from Van den Berg?
No, and he's lucky really to still be in the match. Dimmy, he's been given a couple of chances by Deswan. He looked like he was falling to the wayside a couple of legs ago, but he's certainly turning it on now. This is a brilliant leg from Dimmy, and this is the magic that he can produce when he's on. Oh, so an opportunity, the big fish for Jeffrey Deswan here. Vandenberg couldn't finish it up in that visit. So he'll come back for double eight. Dimmy now for a 5-4 lead. And he takes them one. So Dimitri Vandenberg is just a leg away now from the quarterfinal. Hasn't been overly impressive in this one, but he's just one away. Deswan can find a treble in his opening visit, so it's a big score here from Dimmy could put him under real pressure.
Dimmy getting away with it.
And I just wonder if Jeffrey Deswan is just feeling the pressure a little bit. It's been a while since he's been in this scenario. He's struggled the last year or two. This is good though from Dimmy when it matters.
Needs to be, good with his maths, and by that he was downstairs the whole time, which is good.
Yeah, 265. You stay down on the 19s. So big opportunity, 132 for 12 dash to win the match for Dimitri Vandenberg. Oh, so an opportunity for Deswan. It's an outside shot of 112.
If this doesn't go, Dimitri's come inside he's gone ball and come inside on double 16 for the champagne shot. I think he's missed a match start there.
Yeah. And he takes it. So when it matters, Dimitri. Yeah, turning it on 6-4 win. He gets over the line. It wasn't impressive, but he just turned up the heat in the last couple of legs to get over the line against Jeffrey Deswan. He's a 6-4 win, a 93 average, and he is the last man into the quarterfinals. So a win for Dimitri Vandenberg.
Yeah. So the last 8 lineup will be Joe Cullen takes on Dirk van Dijvenbode, Daryl Gurney, Damon Hetta, Gary Anderson. Such a good game against Rob Cross. It's an absolute humdinger of a game. And another all-Belgium affair. We had one earlier. It will be Mike de Decker taking on Dimitri Vandenberg. David, yes, Gary is still in. He will play Rob Cross in the quarterfinal.
So I know which one I'm going to have on the stream anyway. Gary Anderson, Rob Cross, Daryl Gurney, Damon Heta is on stream board 2 for anyone who wants to tune into that one.
Yeah. So, and then Gary Anderson or Rob Cross will play the winner of Joe Cullen and Dirk. It's tidy, isn't it? Tidy little day here on the Pro Tour. So, who do you fancy from here, Liam?
I was going to say Gary Anderson, but I'd probably tempt fate and he'll probably lose to Rob Cross in this round. But go on. I haven't seen much of the action, but what I've seen from Gary's throwing action on the stream boards in the last game just suggests to me that it looked fantastic. So why not go with Gary?
Yeah, look, the action has looked the best it's looked in a good 3 years. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. They're not hanging around. Both stream boards have sprung into life. Rob Cross has pinned the bullseye. Although when Rob's playing well, Liam, it's very good, but the action always concerns me.
Yeah, I agree. Just a little bit snatchy sometimes. Look, we can't really argue with what he's won. I honestly believe he's so underrated for the major titles that he's won, former world champion. But yeah, a little bit, we can even see it there. The first 3 darts he had, snatching a little bit on the last. It is a worry sometimes.
It's just that release point that I worry about. But when it's not on, it's miles off.
And it's a minuscule late release that causes that, really. I mean, it's just a split second. Speaking of Rob Cross, a little bit behind on the stream board here, but we can see from Dark Connect that he's taken the first leg against Gary Anderson. And Damon Heta has also taken the first leg against Daryl Gurney on stream board 2. Joe Cullen v Dirk van Duijvenbode is also underway, and where Mike De Decker and Dimitri van den Berg are warming up in the last of the quarterfinals. Lovely 84 checkout from Rob to take that. Goes 48, double 18 for an 84 checkout.
Just watching the Anderson action right now. Genuinely the best I've seen it in probably 3 years.
Just looks so smooth, just so natural.
Yeah,
and he looks so comfortable.
Yeah, and I'm not overplaying this either. At times, the Gary Anderson action has looked jerky, stuttery. The release has been horrendous, but this is vintage.
He was 82, left 82 after 9 in that second leg. Let's just have a little look at the way he takes it out. 14 treble 20 double 4. Daryl Gurney is also leveled up against Damon Hesha. It's 1-1 in that one, and Joe Cullen leaves Dirk Van Duijvenbode 1-0 also. We're still waiting for the Mike de Decker, Dimitri Van den Berg game to get underway in the last quarter-final.
Yeah. Just tuned in. Good to see performance from Jeffrey today from Dynamite. Yeah, no, he was better today. Early on, he got a couple of results that the averages weren't particularly great, but he grew into the day. Let's just see if Gary Anderson breaks the Rob Cross throw here, because it's under some threat.
Ooh.
Broken. Whilst that is at the start of the leg, I'm going to run you through the quarterfinals from the World Seniors as well. The Open event in Newbury. Richie Howson is through to the semi-final. He defeated Colin McGarry 5-3. The number 1 seed, Dave Prins, is out, beaten 5-3 by Martin Turner. Darren Johnson beats Philip Milburn 5-3. And Gary Stafford defeats Colin Monk 5-1. Colin Monk getting to a quarter-final. Good stuff from him.
Yeah, a couple of big names in action in the World Seniors today.
As you can see from the graphic on the screen as well, Joe Cullen 2-1 up on Dirk Van Duijvenbode. We all know from last year, Joe Cullen loves a Pro Tour title or 2 or 3.
Gary Anderson now has 140 to extend, 140 technical to extend his advantage, and he's missed double 10 by the looks of it, because he's left 10 after 12. So he'll come back, and Rob Cross put any pressure on that. He's back on 2-5-1. He fires in 1-7-7. So there's big pressure on this at Anderson for double 5, and he takes it in 1. So Anderson extends his leads 3-1 now in that one. 112 average so far from this flying Scotsman.
And he is flying as well.
Yeah, big 180 in that 4.
I know it doesn't quite have the same impact on camera and on screen, but it always bugs me when Sky have done the Flying Scotsman routine and put him in a Top Gun outfit when the Flying Scotsman is a train. I get a jet fighter plane is slightly more exciting than a train, but
let's be original here.
Yeah. This is just majestic from Gary Anderson right now. And I'm seriously not, I know we're waxing lyrical, but I promise you we are not overplaying this, are we, Liam? This is just unreal.
I mean, 108 average early on against Whitlock, 111 at the moment, and there still has been a couple of 1 or 2 loose starts from Gary Anderson in that. I mean, it just looks, I know I'm a bit behind here in the stream board, but it looks magnetic, that treble 20 bed at the moment.
Yeah, and look, Rob Cross is digging in here and playing his part in a fabulous game of darts. Oh, he's missed the ball for a 1-2-1.
I'm glad we get the opportunity to watch this on the stream board, because we could not be watching this on Dark Connect. It's too good to miss.
Yeah.
Joe Cullen has moved 4-1 ahead against Dirk Van Duijvenbode now. The average have dropped slightly in that one, but still averaging 104 Daryl Gurney is level with Damon Heta 2 apiece, and we're on the way in the Dedeker Vandenberg match as well in the final quarter-final.
Just watched Gary go for the 1-2-1 on the stream. And the first part of the treble 20 is literally clip the top wire in the middle of the bed, standing up to attention. If he went and placed it in there, I don't think he could have placed it in a better position.
Yeah, and that's been the story of when he's scoring today. They're sitting lovely in the bed, allowing it to be hit. We've seen a lot of 140s, 180s from him so far. Cross misses a dart to stay in it in that leg as well. But he's really feeding off scraps at the moment. Rob Cross can't get anywhere near Kerry Anderson despite averaging 100. Joe Cullen is in control here, averaging 105 to Dirk's 103, but 5-1 up in that one. So he's really taking his chances. And he has turned up the heat. So 110 for Gary Anderson, and he takes out a 110 finish. So he is 5-1 up now against Rob Cross, averaging 109. Just going to have a little look at him in a minute on the stream board, how he went about that. Reckon it's treble 20, single 10, double top. We'll have a look in a minute. Dirkman Divenboard has got one back against Joe Cullen. It's now 5-2 in that one. He's averaged 106, but still trails. Damon Heta's edged in front against Daryl Gurney. And Dimitri Vandenberg setting the first leg against Mike de Decker.
Just
110.
Again, the middle of the 60, middle of tops. This is genuinely sensational. And it's hard because we're waxing lyrical over Gary, but Rob Cross is also averaging 101 and playing a fabulous game here as well. But this is just ridiculous.
It's just, and again, straight in again, and I switched. It must have been blocked a little bit, the treble 20 from to switch downstairs to the 17s. Cross is digging in. Goes 140, 140. I reckon it was a 12 dart from Rob Cross to stay in it. I'm not too sure. I'm just watching mine a bit behind on the stream here, but
yeah, if he pins double 5, it's a 12.
So I needed a 12 just to get a leg off of Gary Anderson.
And that was only a hold with Gary Anderson sat on 84 after 9.
Utterly ridiculous. And we're kind of just have a look at the Dimitri the Dirk Van Divenbode Joe Cullen match. 5-3 Cullen. Van Divenbode has got back into it. He's averaged 107, and they both opened up with 180s. So do not be surprised we see a 9 in this match. Oh, Van Divenbode fires in a 140. And just as I look away, Gary Anderson has finished the match off with 113 average, 162 over Rob Cross, who averages 104, nearly 105. So we have our first result, and that did not take long, Phil.
Just look, Rob Cross has lost 6-2, averaged 105, got battered, but played so well. But look, the final leg, 140, 180, 130, 51 in 3. Just majestic.
Some big averages being posted here now. Joe Cullen has 92 for it to take the match against Dirk van Duijvenbode, and he takes in 3, so a 12 dart for Joe Cullen, 105 average to Dirk's nearly 109 in that one. So just some massive averages here in the quarterfinals. Joe Cullen gets over the line. Dimitri van den Berg is also beating Mike de Decker 2-0. He's averaged 107 in that one, and Damon Hitta leads Daryl Gurney 4-2.
As there's only 2 games in play, we will get them both as featured games. See, look, this is the Dimitri van den Berg. I just don't get the average has just gone down there. But he was 107. He was doing that against Lewis, and then in between, he throws an absolute stinker. Wrong one. Oh, yeah. There we go. Both feature games now up.
A lovely 111 check out from Daryl Gurney to close the gap, and Damon Hitta there to 4-3. It's a tight match, this one. That was a break of throw, so Daryl Gurney now will be trying to level it up. Dimitri van den Berg is in cruise control against Mike de Decker. He needs the 152 to extend his advantage to 4-0 in that one. Put it past Dimmy. Oh, and I reckon he's come inside in the double 16. He leaves 16, so Mike de Decker 73 to get a leg on the board, and he takes it. So he is underway in that one.
Yeah. Also, big moments here for Damon Hitta. 77 would put him on the hill. You don't really want to be, you don't want to be giving Gurney a poke at a 130 because it's only one treble single for a dart at and out. These are the ones that the pros like because it's not 2 trebles. Yes, you
don't have to move.
Exactly that. You don't have to.
Hitta takes double 10 in 2, so he's 1 away now. He's serving. He's thrown to serve the match out. They're not hanging around with these quarterfinals. Dimitri van den Berg's opened up 42-45 on throw. So big opportunity for Mike de Decker, who opened up with a 180. So he can claw a leg back here against Dimmy. He leaves 144 after 9.
I'll tell you what, this is some way to serve it out from Damon Hitta. .56 after 9. That is sealing it in style. I'll tell you what, in the other game though, Liam, there's something happening here. Dimitri Van den Berg was in cruise control a few minutes ago, looking at 4-0. Now all of a sudden he's staring down the barrel of 3 apiece.
Yeah, and this is just what we said about the consistency earlier on. Opened up that previous leg with 45 and another 40-odd score. Just really taking his eye off the ball. And in this short form, it just shows how quick it can change. And Mike De Decker's gone 180, 140 now. So as Dimi fires back a 171, but it's still advantage Mike De Decker to level it up. He keeps the pressure on here with 140. He's left 90 after 9. So De Decker really needs to take this 88. He doesn't. He's come inside on the double 14. So chance for Dimi, 90 here to move 2 in front again. And he misses the dart. The bull hits the 25. So Mike De Decker's coming back for double 7. And he takes it in 1. So didn't decide to split that one. Straightforward. And we have our level game here. Both averaging over 100.
Good stuff from Mike De Decker.
Belgium darts is certainly on the up. A couple of players now on tour. Brian Roman, Mike De Decker, Dimitri Van den Berg, Kim Huybrechts. It's certainly growing in that part of the world.
You know, we've got 5 Belgium tour card holders now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, my apologies, I missed one. 6 Belgium tour card holders.
Van den Berg needs 41 here. I wish that was that easy for me.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, I mean, he had 3 games Thursday night, 1 there. He's had a couple of games today within the space of a couple of days again. So it's really about match practice for Gary. Such close proximity to his win on Thursday night. Is it just a matter of getting in a rhythm, or he surely has been doing a bit of work behind the scenes as well? He said that it's gone right in practice and maybe it's just clicked today.
Ooh, is that the mistake from De Decker?
Two fabulous visits in his last 2 visits to the board, but Van den Berg can only hit 82, so 154.
Dimitri will fancy this. Again, it's the nice combo. It's only one treble, single to double.
Go within one of the match for Dimitri van den Berg.
Oh, missed the dart tops.
So this has to go from the Decker now, in my opinion. Big moments. And he has missed. So Dimitri van den Berg will return for darts at double 10. Oh, and he doesn't take them. So Mike de Decker comes back for tops. He's been handing a lifeline here. And he takes it in two.
Okay.
So again, Dimitri van den Berg just going a little bit wobbly.
How much will he live to regret that in 5 or so minutes? Especially when he comes up dry.
Oh, 41. Mike de Decker follows in with a 41, so really didn't take advantage of that opportunity presented to him by Dimitri van den Berg as he fires in a 140. De Decker strikes back 140. So Van den Berg leaves 82 after 12. Can de Decker put some pressure on this? Oh, that's 1-2-1 to leave a 99. It's a 3-dart checkout. So Van den Berg has a big opportunity here on 82. Oh, and takes it last dart in hand. So Dimitri van den Berg goes within one again. So the pressure's on Mike de Decker.
Yeah, it is. George has it shown well, so you're not streaming there, not streaming live at their open events. Just comes down to cost. Colin, it's not cheap to stream events from venues. They will stream the qualifiers, but the open events, it's not at a position yet to financially do it. It's not a cheap thing. You can't just rock up with a camera and stream it out. It's not that easy. Obviously, we stream quite a lot with the live league and we do a number of streaming things. It's not as easy as just rocking up and sticking it up.
Oh. So de Decker goes 1-3-4, 1-3-4, and then fires in a 45. So if Jimmy can put a bit of pressure on this now with maybe a 140, ton maybe doesn't do enough, so it's still advantage to Decker in this 10th leg. Only a 58. So he blanks on the trebles again. So Mike de Decker to stay alive. He leaves double 16, but it might be too late. 83 now for Dimitri van den Berg. And he takes it, last start in hand. So we now have our 4 semi-finalists. Dimitri Van den Berg has beaten Mike De Decker 6 legs to 4, averages 98 in the process. De Decker had chances, could have taken, he fought back against Dimi in that one, but it's Dimitri that gets over the line, 6-4, and we now have our 4 semi-finalists.
We do, and it will be Streamboard 1 will be Damon Hetta against Dimitri Van den Berg. Streamboard 2, this one won't take long, even if it does go the full distance. Gary Anderson against Joe Cullen. Both of them just like to rat-a-tat-tat, get on with it. So this won't take long, that's for sure. But we do have our final 4. I'm going to put a poll up. I'm going to write it out. I pretty much know where we're going to go with this, I think. But we'll ask the opinion. Do you think Adrian Lewis should have a sleepover over snake bites? Heisenfeld's got a few sets of darts he could try. I think Adrian just needs to just get his head down, carry on working hard, and hopefully it turns around for him.
Yeah, especially with someone with that much natural ability, that you will always have a chance. He just has to keep working hard. Maybe realize that it doesn't come as naturally as it probably did, and that the standard of players is so much higher now that he can't afford these little blips or this lack of consistency in his game. But there's always a chance with that much natural ability in your game to return to your form.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like we say, the older you get, things don't come as easier, just in general. But just work hard, continue, and you can get there.
Yeah, and obviously darts is a sport where we've seen different players peak at different moments in their career. Obviously, Lewis, at the moment, it seems like his peak came in his 20s. We've seen some players like Peter Wright probably peaking now in his early 50s. So there's no guidelines to success in darts in terms of age. So it's really dependent on the player and other factors, I suppose, as well. But there's no guarantee of success at any age in darts.
Yeah, 100%.
So the players just prepping themselves for semi-finals here. Dimitri Van den Berg has not long finished his quarter-final, so I presume the turnaround won't be that quick. Gary Anderson.
I think they're allowed, I think, 10, 15 minutes, but most players will probably just want to go to the loo, compose themselves, and then probably go again. So most of them don't take it.
Yeah, and I presume the better the flow for Dimi, just to get on with it.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to this Gary Anderson-Joe Cullen match. I mean, Joe Cullen 105 in the last match. Obviously, we know what Gary's done, so hopefully they can continue that kind of good run of form that they've shown today into this match, because we will see fireworks if they do.
Yeah. So let's have a look how the poll looks. No real surprise. Gary Anderson, 58% of the votes. Whopping out in front. Mind you, we've seen what just one win does, Liam. MVG wins a Premier League night, wins back-to-back and a Euro Tour. Gary Anderson wins a Premier League night, rocks up in Barnsley and looks unplayable. It's just the smallest things, that little spark.
Yeah, especially with two players with the quality of Gary Anderson and Michael Van Gerwen. I mean, sometimes it can just be that little bit of confidence that sparks the two of them off. I mean, we know how talented they are when it comes down to it, and sometimes just that little bit of a boost in form can really set the flame alight. Only 2 weeks today, I just seen on Twitter, until the start of the WDF World Championships, the inaugural WDF World Championships.
Touch on that in a second, but the question in the chat room, I think Joe Cullen has won 19 consecutive games on the Pro Tour. Back-to-back last time out, which is 14, and 5 so far today. I think he's 19 unbeaten on the Pro Tour.
That just shows how Joe gone up a level in his game. Won a couple of wins this year on the tour. Just seems like a different animal this year.
Yeah. Back to the WDF Worlds. Ticket sales are still horrendous by the look of the Lakeside website.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. 2 weeks to go. How many more tickets are going to be sold in that period? A few more, I would presume. Will it be enough to fill out the venue? It's hard to know.
Yeah.
First of all, let's not beat around the bush. The ticket prices are a bit of a very steep, to put it politely.
Horrific. That's part of the reason. Well, that's nearly the main reason that ticket sales are so poor, is the pricing. Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. And that isn't the WDF's fault. Bob Potter and Lakeside have set the ticket prices. And shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, especially for it is technically I know a lot of people will still say that it's technically similar to the BDO World Championship, but it is an inaugural WDF World Championship. So for them to have the first events under their banner as the World Championship, and for ticket sales to be as low as they are at this moment, it's bitterly disappointing for them to kind of get themselves underway. And I know that they've been an established organisation for a long time, but get that credibility that they really need from the amateur point of the game. And it's disappointing, but hopefully it will improve in the next couple of weeks. But the weeks are running out.
Yeah. Oh, I've got an update. Someone's just sent me as of yesterday, Liam, 17% of tickets have been sold.
And the Lakeside isn't the biggest of venues as well. So 17% is not a lot of tickets.
Right. So for especially this one hops out the Monday, there's only 53 tickets sold for the Monday night session.
That does not sound good.
No, look, the ticket prices is nothing to do with the WDF. It is purely Bob Potter. Laura says, anyone knows? 2 seconds, Laura. I will tell you where John is up to now. So John has jumped up 8 places. He is now 103 in the up-to-date order of merit.
Good run again from John today.
Yeah, very good.
So Damon Hitt and Dimitri van den Berg are warming up. No indication at the moment where Joe Cullen and Gary Anderson are, making full use of their time before they get back on the board. But I suspect they'll both be underway very shortly. So it's Richie Howson in the final of the World Seniors Tour Open event today. He's 1-0 up on Darren Johnson as it stands. So Richie Howson again showing how good he still is as he leads 1-0 in that one. So some solid average early doors in that one. Howson's averaging 88 to Johnson's 96. So impressive stuff. And we are underway in the first semi-final. Dimitri van den Berg against Damon Hetta. And Gary Anderson against Joe Cullen is also warming up as we speak. So Damon Hitter pins double 16 to take the first leg against Dimitri van den Berg. The first leg of the semi-finals, still waiting for Gary Anderson and Joe Cullen to get underway. And we are underway in the second semi-final as well. Gary Anderson, Joe Cullen.
And here we go. Both are ready to rock. And in the first leg, Gary Anderson finds a maximum. Can't moan at him for leaving a bogey number either when you hit a maximum.
Certainly not when you follow it in with a 1-2-9.
Yeah, all good, Daniel. All good. We're just enjoying damn good arrows. It's been a blistering day on the Pro Tour. We're not done yet.
Gary Anderson took out double 18 for that first leg, and Joe Cullen has just leveled up, and the mere 118 average for both of them after the first two legs. A little bit of a lower standard in the other semi-final. Dimi van den Berg is 1-1 with Damon Hitter.
It's not very good, this lot, are they?
Cullen went 180, 140 in that second leg. And then 130 to leave 51. So impressive stuff. So 48 now for Gary Anderson for 2-1 lead. Ooh, and he's come inside twice on double tops and double 10. So Shanghai now for Joe Cullen. Big opportunity for him.
He's missed by tops.
Yeah. So a big chance for Gary Anderson.
Gary takes for tops on the stream in a minute. Let's see how close he was.
I was just having a little giggle at Cam's comment in the WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So Dimitri Vandenberg fluffing around again. As Damon hit his 147 now to break. Can't take it, so he'll come back for 70.
I love that. Gary Anderson, 41, 180.
Ooh. That tops attempt in the Shanghai for Cullen wasn't too far away.
No, I think the second dart potentially blocked it. I think it was a little bit higher than what he wanted. And he forced the last one and didn't get it to go up and over.
Yeah. So Cullen now 51 to level it up. And he takes it in
Tidy.
2. So standard. So big averages again here. Cullen 107, Anderson 102. A little bit scrappier in the other encounter between Het and Timmy Vandenberg. Het of the leads 2-1 in that one.
Joe Cullen playing exceptionally well here. But will it be enough? There's exceptionally well, and there's playing well enough to beat Gary Anderson in this mood.
Oh my God, this is just majestic from Gary Anderson again, 140, 180. Cullen firing back though. He leaves a finish.
May not get a go.
Just an 11.
Right, are we taking... Try to find a bookie that will take odds. If Gary Anderson wins today, does he play tomorrow? If we're talking vintage Gary Anderson, then there's no way.
He might fancy himself. So 76 now for Heta to extend his lead of Dimitri Vandenberg. Vandenberg is struggling. Has been for the last couple of games.
Again, just tees up tops, forcing Cullen to take out 170 on his own throw.
Oh.
Let's be fair, none of us thought he was ever going to miss that dart at tops, did we? Be honest, did we? No.
I don't think any of us a week ago would have predicted the sheer brilliance that Gary Anderson has shown today and Thursday night as well. He's just been majestic.
Yeah. Right, a week ago, like you say, after where were we? Brighton, if someone had said to me, Gary Anderson wins the Premier League and then rocks up and plays like this on a Pro Tour, I'd have genuinely asked them to be carted off and assessed.
There is no doubt the darts is a much better place when Gary Anderson is playing like this. I mean, we all want to see this vintage Gary Anderson every week.
Oh, look, this Gary Anderson goes on and wins 3 or 4 TV titles. It's just a case of, do we see this Gary Anderson consistently? But if we do, this one wins big titles, not just random things, big Premier Leagues, match plays, World Championships.
Yeah, agree. And he has 62 now for 5-2 lead. Cullen's trying to stick in there, but the pressure Can't take it. So a 128 is nearly a must now for Joe Cullen to stay in this match.
He's missed.
Ooh. Chance for Cullen.
A lifeline he just has to take. Oh, Joseph.
Oh.
Joseph.
That was probably one of the few chances that Gary Anderson was going to give Joe Cullen in this match. Huge opportunity, and he fires in a 24. So the writing could be on the wall if Gary Anderson can find a big score here for Joe Cullen. Just went a little bit snatchy there in the last cup, in that last leg. By looks of the stream board. Ooh.
First one's a good marker. Second one clattered off of it. Oh, that last one. He's done nothing wrong there. They are 3 well-thrown darts.
Collins' attempt to double 10 off the 128 wasn't far away. Oh, that's... So I reckon Cullen needs the 103 to stay alive. Anderson waiting on 68 after 12 for the match. And he can take it. So 68, Gary Anderson to wrap it up, 6-2. Place in the final.
7 goes up, semi-finals. I did that last time. Semi-finals first to 7, finals first to 8. Don't worry, I did that as well when I forgot that as well.
I was condemning Joel Collins' fate, and he actually pulls it back. So Gary Anderson was still within 2. 5-3, Gary Anderson. Cullen drags one back.
Stay of execution. Liam had the guillotine out and was ready to pull the trigger.
The coffee from early on is worn off. Still Damon Hetch and Dimitri Vandenberg struggling a little, only 90 average from both of them. There's a few stray darts here and there. A bit below the standard we've seen on stream boards. 2 from Gary Anderson and Joe Cullen.
Oh, Gary.
Oh.
Gary. Oh.
And I think you can see by some of Joe Cullen's scoring, I know he's probably getting tired now, but the sheer power scoring from Gary is probably just putting Joe off at this stage. He's just wondering how many more of them darts are going to land in the treble 20 bed.
Yeah, surely he can't keep doing this. Yes, he can. Just pops them in. Whitlock and Bunting played well today. Yeah, they did all right. I think Whitlock's performances were better than Bunting's if we're comparing. What a way to win it this would be, Gary Anderson.
Cullen, it's safe to say, has probably run his race.
But after a few defeats in the Premier League, this will do Joe Cullen the world of good to get to semi-final, win some games on the Pro Tour, get that winning feeling back.
So Anderson will go treble 8, double top here, I presume.
Yeah, or single 8, single 16 tops. It's looking another tongue-topping average from Gary Anderson. You know, it's that old cliche. When it's your day, it's your day. With the greatest of respects to Heta and Vandenberg, what we've seen the last 2 games, if Gary continues at this, they're not going to get near him, are they? I know every game's different, but they're going to have to go through the gears to get near Gary right now.
Yeah, I mean, I just having a look back at the averages throughout the day. 106 against Jason Lowe. He averaged 97, which against Michael Van Gerwen, which so far today has been his only average below 100. He then averaged 108 against Whitlock, 101 against Dobie, 113 against Rob Cross now, and 104 against Cullen. I mean, this is just a joke, really, how good he's been. 6 180s in that match, 41% checkout in the doubles.
Just unreal.
Heta now has 68 to extend his lead to 5-3, and he does so. So it looks at the moment like it's going to be Heta against Anderson. Dimitri Vandenberg is struggling. He has been for the last couple of games. Dip since that 108 average against Adrian Lewis. Heta now only needs to hold Stroh to reach a final.
Yeah. So Gary Anderson awaits. Will it be Damon Heta? Will it be Dimitri Vandenberg? Right now, the Dream Maker is going to have to find another gear.
Good leg this from Dimitri Vandenberg. Ton 180. He looks to claw it back to just one leg.
Michael Smith lost to Willie O'Connor, average nearly 96. Didn't play that badly. Kevin says, I wish I could throw Ando darts like Ando. Oh, don't we all, Kev? Don't we all?
Yeah.
We were saying this the other day. Could you imagine if Gary Anderson actually liked darts?
It'd just be utterly ridiculous. I reckon the other 127 players would turn up and go, what is the point of being here today? If he was on it.
If he actually liked what he did, could you imagine? Yeah, if Ando liked darts as much as he did fishing,
Luke
Humphries lost to Rob Cross. Good game. It was a really tidy game.
It looks hard to see past Damon Heta here. Dimitri Vandenberg has got it back to 1, but looking solid at the moment. This is a big leg. Heta can go within 1 of the final Dimitri Vandenberg fires back with a 140 as well, so it's not a foregone conclusion at the moment. Heta just looks solid on the stream. I have it on here. Dimi's just showed a little bit of vulnerability in the last couple of games, we said, but he's still in it. He's definitely still in a 1-3-1. So Heta first to finish 98 to leave with 167. What can Vandenberg leave off a 230? Can you leave a 2-dart combo? No, he's left the big fish. What's the chances of a 167 or 170 going here? 2 massive outshots. $99. So can Dimi reel in the big fish? So Heta takes out 68. He now is within 1 of the final. So Dimitri Vandenberg has it all to do to stay alive here.
Still fighting though.
Heta seems determined to get the job done. Fires in a 180. Can he follow that in again? So it's an advantaged Damon Heta here now, 2-2-1 after 6. Can he put the pressure on? $95, so he's first to the finish. 1-2-6 left for Heta for the match. What can Dimitri Vandenberg do? $96 is left, 105. 1-2-6, Damon Heta for a place in the final against Gary Anderson. Doesn't go. So Dimi, 105 to stay alive. You have a feeling that he's going to have to take this. He can. So 68 Heta for the match. And Heta takes it in 2. So Damon Heta will play Gary Anderson in the final. He gets the job done. 7-4 win of Dimitri Vandenberg. 92 match average. Wasn't pretty at times, but he will play Gary Anderson in the final.
He will. Whilst we are waiting, probably about 5-10 minutes, see how they feel. We will answer a few questions. If you want to get some questions in the chat room for Liam and I'm going to tee up some winners graphics as well at the same time while talking to you all. But I suppose regardless of even if Damon Heta wins, all the talk will be about the Gary Anderson run today, mate.
Oh, completely. I mean, it's just been brilliant, really, to see this, one of the most naturally talented players that's ever graced the hockey in full flow. I mean, and I just hope we see more days and tournament runs like this from Gary Anderson in the future, because, like we said, he's there's very few players better than Gary Anderson when he's in this kind of majestic form.
Yeah, completely. How we doing, Malachi? All right, hope you are well. Yeah, look, it's just remarkable when Gary is in this mood.
So yeah, not the most impressive display from Heta today in terms of averages, but he's done enough. I mean, he's beaten Gurney, Dimitri van den Berg, Steve Beaton. Let's just go down the list now. Keane Barry. So he's had a couple of big wins in there against some good opponents all the same.
Do you think Aspinall will have to have the op on his wrist arm? If so, when? The more you listen to the statements coming out from him and his management team, I think it's going to have to happen. Do you agree, Liam?
Yeah, I just don't see how he can keep putting it off and off. I mean, it seems to be a real issue. So I just think he's going to have to just go for it, try and get it sorted. I mean, there would be an argument to wait until after the Worlds if he could wait that long because of the chunk of ranking money that's available at the back end of the year. But look, for Cullen to get back to his best, he's going to have to go for it at some stage. And he could just bite the bullet and go straight away.
Yeah. Will he be the same afterwards? That's a $64,000 million question. You just don't know, do you?
No, I mean, one thing we know about Nathan Aspinall is that he's a proper grafter when he's on the dartboard. He's tough to beat, so he won't lose that doggedness that he has when he steps up there. Look, nobody never knows after surgery or that kind of an injury whether they'll be the same again. But if there's one player I'd back to put in the effort to get back there once he has the surgery, it would be Nathan Aspinall.
Yeah, 100%. If Gary had Whitlock's love for the game, would he be the greatest player ever? He'd certainly be right up there. Look, in terms of winning titles, no one will get near Phil.
No.
No one will get near him. But in terms of greatness, there is an argument that players can get to a better level than what Phil produced. But in terms of titles, no. Look, for me, Gary Anderson is in my personal top 4 of all time anyway.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, Phil. In terms of standards, there's a possibility no one's going to get near Taylor's 16 world titles.
Not a chance. That's just that just won't happen in terms of 16 match play, 16 worlds. That won't happen. But in terms of standard, there's an argument that Michael is there, and look, Michael's done things on the dartboard that for me are just remarkable. But Phil, consistency-wise and titles-wise, but for me, there's always a difference between differentiating between titles and standard. People also forget, Jack, when he went back to back, he also got to the third final in a row as well. It was only sheer brilliance from MVG that beat him in that third final.
I mean, his record in World Championships is brilliant, in arguably the best for the past 7 World Championships, 7 or 8 World Championships, the best standard-wise that we've ever seen. And if you just look at Gary Anderson's record in that time, I mean, it's just been phenomenal.
Yeah. Jeff says Phil, MVG, then Bristow, Gary, Lewis. Lewis is not in my top 5. And I love Adrian to bits. But there's also a massive argument, and this is going to sound daft, that he's also one of the biggest underachievers in the sport. And I love Adrian to bits, but for his ability, he should have more silverware than what he's won. And I'm not taking anything away from Adrian, because I say, 1, he's a friend, and 2, I genuinely love him. But for someone that has that much ability, I genuinely think he should have won a lot more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lewis is not that far behind Gary Anderson in terms of natural ability. I mean, he could go on. He's still young yet. He could go on and win a lot more. But as it stands at the moment, I'd have to agree. Lewis has underachieved. Look, he ran into Taylor in a couple of big matches and just came out unfortunately on the losing end, which could have been the difference to winning a couple of more titles along the way. But look, if we can get prime Adrian Lewis and prime Gary Anderson back in the next year or 2, we'll certainly be in for a treat.
Oh, Christ, yeah. In terms of talent, Lewis is in the top 5. Oh, in terms of talent, there's not even a question there. Some of the
for
things
me,
that we've seen do on a dartboard are just remarkable.
And I look at them as it is at the moment. It's very hard to have a top 3 anything other than Taylor, MVG, Bristow, whatever order you want to put it around, or switch 1 and 2 up between MVG and Taylor because of what Bristow done for the game in the 80s. Now, I'm too young to remember that, but I mean, he literally did push darts on the map. It wouldn't be where it is today without Bristow. So that's why it's in there.
I think most people's top 3 would be the same. It's just the order that you're putting them in. But then 4 and 5 will always be up for debate, I think, with people.
Yeah.
For me, I have Gary at 4, Barney at 5. Just because, again, what Barney did for darts in the Netherlands, and back then, the Lakeside World titles are very much legitimate world titles.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this explosion of players that we've seen from Europe is down to, in many ways, down to Raymond van Barneveld grew the game in the Netherlands and then grew from there on further into Europe. So I didn't like a lot of people believe that Raymond probably underachieved when he switched in the PDC and didn't win enough. But yeah, certainly the world titles he won in the BDO were as good as winning PDC world titles, with the exception of maybe a Phil Taylor who was in the field in the PDC at the time.
It's interesting. It's always a good debate as well. They are warming up as well, and we are live. Or are we not? No, almost.
I mean, whatever about 1 to 5 being a bit of a debate, 6 to 10 is even more difficult to place them in what way you put them around. There's so many opinions and people that have players in there. And
yeah. 6 to 10. I don't think you'll ever get anyone to agree on.
no.
Impossible. Yeah, no, that is. There'll be so many arguments between 6 and 10. It will be general carnage.
And there's always the fear that you're going to leave someone out in a top 10 and someone else appears. And
yeah.
so Gary Anderson v Damon Hatter stream board 1, the only remaining boards of the day. So that will be the warming up at the moment. So it won't be long till that's underway.
It's good. It's giving me time to make graphics. The hardest bit is just getting all the text and that right and everything where it should be. Then it's just a case of changing the pictures.
Oh, and we are underway with the most perfect of starts from Damon Heta as he fires in a 180, and Gary Anderson follows with a 140. It's not too shabby.
They've done all right there, haven't they?
Just one missed treble between the pair of them.
Rubbish. Go on. Sling one. You've missed the treble.
Ooh. So Heta's left 45 after 9, 2 180s in this leg. Anderson follows in the 140 with 57 and 44. So it's Heta's to lose this one. So a 12 darts leg to open us up in the first leg of the final. Damon Heta certainly making his mark early doors here as he takes the first leg.
There it is. Knew it wouldn't take long before we had a Gary one as well.
This is a brilliant opening to this match. Anderson's left a ton after 9. Heta can put the pressure on here. He's a 1-2-7. So Gary Anderson has missed 2 darts, I'm going to say, for that, to take the second leg of the match. So he will return for double 5 as usual. He attacks the double, has come inside on double top and double 10, and he takes double 5. So he is underway.
Graphics made for both of them. Whoever wins it now, we are sorted. Here comes the charge from Anderson, and although Heta, with that amazing 12 dart leg in leg 1 near him, he's going to have to do that constantly here over this format. First to 8, it goes up, and again, those 59s on throw, they're the little mistakes you can't have them.
Yeah, I mean, he just showed, low 90s average against Dimmy. He's going to have to be much improved. I mean, will we see Gary Anderson drop off? We've seen no signs that that's going to happen throughout the day. So again, a 60 visit on throw. He really can't afford 2 trebleless visits with Gary Anderson in this majestic form. And look, it's too easy.
This is the thing. This is the Gary charge that you're going to have to, when he's in this mood, this is what happens. And can you withstand it leg after leg after leg?
Yeah.
Oh. This is what I talk about, that the gear and gears in darts, we talk about it a lot, and levels. And look, Damon Heta, is he a world-class darts operator? Yes. However, does he have this gear that Gary's got consistently? I don't think so. And it's a case of when the very best go to that gear, it's hard to live with them. But 2 trebles here could break straight back.
It's good work from Damon Heta.
Wrestled the darts away.
So this might have to go if Heta's to break throw here. 1-2-1.
Oh, he's missed the dart at
now
tops.
Big chance for Heta.
Takes it.
So, I mean, you just feel that every opportunity that's presented to Damon Heta, he has to take in this match to stay in it.
Yeah, like that leg in particular, Heta was brilliant, but Gary Anderson still had a dart to win it first, and he's missed it, and Heta's taken his chance. But that's the thing, that Heta threw everything at Gary Anderson that leg, and Gary Anderson still had a dart at tops to win it.
And he opens with a 54. I mean, with a 180. I was just about to say, yes, he can't afford them trebleless visits. So
yeah.
I mean, this is absolutely sensational from Damon Heta so far as well. He's really matched Gary Anderson's level.
Again, Heta needs to jump all over these opportunities. And he does.
This is really clinical from Heta early on here, averaging 107. Maybe he's just putting Gary under a little bit of pressure now.
Is this the first time to say that Gary was feeling the pressure? Heta responds. Oof.
Oh.
Oh. Just when Heta thought maybe, just maybe, there was a squeak of a break. I've got to watch this on the stream.
Yeah, I've just cast my eye over to it.
The 180, majestic. 311 points in 6 starts. Gary Anderson, hold my coat. Oh, he does it. Oh, stop it, Gary.
My stream is a little bit behind. What way did he go? Treble 20, treble 17?
No, 51 tops. Oh.
So Heta under pressure here again. Gary leaves first to a finish. Needs a 2 treble visit.
What he'd give for a 177 right now.
That's not bad either. Yeah.
Unless this goes yellow.
Heta needs to take this opportunity. 76, he's been brilliant at these all day. Can he take it an edge in front again? Oh, big opportunity. So Anderson, if you can take this now. Oh.
They're the moments. They're the moments. They're the swings. Heta had first opportunity, but then Gary Anderson finds a break.
I mean, mentally. Sorry, Phil, go on.
No, go on, mate.
I was just going to say, mentally in a final that's this close, when you see that 1-3-1 sinking in, how difficult it is to put that to your back of your mind and go again the next leg.
Just going to watch the 68 as well. Low on the treble, middle of the 8, and again, slap banging tops. Again, Heta having been broken, the form Anderson's in right now, you can't give him a 2-leg lead. And that's, look, what Heta, 140, 180, just to put pressure on this 104.
Ooh.
They're the moments.
So he could have 6 starts from 104 here, Gary Anderson.
This needs to go. Oh, huge moments.
Damon Heta is not done yet.
Watch this on the stream. Gary Anderson leaves tops. What a finish from Damon Heta. And we get an emotion. We get a fist pump from the Heat. Treble 19, double 16. But
Gary.
There's only so many times you can get up off the canvas when Gary Anderson is landing haymakers like he is.
Yeah, and he done all that brilliant work to take the 146 out, and it could be in vain here because Gary Anderson's left 91 after 12, which is ridiculous. Heta now needs to put some massive pressure on this.
I'm not sure that's enough. You hit 140, and I'm not sure that's enough pressure.
He's missed a dart.
Maybe.
Or 2. No, 1.
Ooh, Damon Heta. How many times can you go to the well?
I mean, this is what Damon could need to win this match because he's been put under severe pressure every single leg from Gary Anderson, and he's responding.
And Gary does miss 2 on the 91. He goes above tops and under it. Oh, Heta responds. What a game this is. And this is what we were saying, Liam, about levels. That we've seen Gary Anderson play at this level all day, but Hetter's gone up and down like a roller coaster. When it's on, it's brilliant. But the semi-final, he fell over the line against him. Oh,
He's responded.
Yeah.
That 165 could have been absolutely massive if he takes this now.
Yeah.
And oh my God. This is brilliant from Heta.
Yeah.
Can he keep it up?
Because in the early exchanges, Gary had darts to win pretty much every leg. And Heta kept getting up off the canvas, kept taking them. And is he forging that opportunity? What he'd give just to hold here and go within one.
This is a huge leg for Damon Heta to hold.
Because again, just I'm thinking mentally, Heta's played so well to get to this point. But if he was at 6-all, do you start thinking?
Gary leads one off.
Gary, you've got away with that. I don't like that at all. In terms of board management, I don't like that, Gary. You haven't gone downstairs. On 265, you haven't started downstairs.
He could have missed it out, but he could have missed the first at the treble 20 there for the 160. Have a little look in a minute.
If this goes, we'll all pack up and go home. Because Heta's... Yeah, look, Gary Anderson's got away with one there on the 265. Don't like that. He's got away with it, but I'm not a fan. Let's see, does he miss a dart at the 160 as well? Does he? No. Second dart was under.
So a huge couple of legs coming up here. Can Heta respond? Big 1-3-4 fired in. Slip here from Gary could let Heta in.
2 trebles and Heta is in a marvellous position. Not enough.
Oh.
Not after what we've seen here, Jamie, but let's be brutally honest. Everyone said it, including Wayne Webby on comms. No one saw what we saw coming from Andover. Over the last month, no one has seen this coming. But it's just amazing what a win does. Because it was Johnny Clayton he played first on Thursday. It was a bag of absolute dross. But he found a way to win it. And hasn't looked back since.
This 78 is no foregone conclusion. It's not an easy checkout. Oh, it is today.
And I'm guessing he's gone 54-24 there. See, right now, if you're Damon Heta, what are you inside? What are you feeling like? You have thrown everything at Gary Anderson and you're 6-all.
Yeah, a little shake of the head in the stream board, and I'm a little bit behind there from Damon Heta.
Watch the 78.
Brilliant.
Superb. Yeah, 54-24 for Ando.
How can Anderson respond to that 180? Oof. So big opportunity for Heta here. He's left 81 after 9. Brilliant return. And he can go within 1.
Here we go. Damon Heta will be thinking, just give me 1 dart to win it. Just 1. Over the next 2 legs, he will just be saying, just give me 1.
That's a good score. 134 puts the pressure on Gary Anderson to leave a finish. And that mightn't be enough. So the pressure's on Gary here. His head is first to finish the 167. He leaves. If he can leave this handy. Oh, he's missed the ball.
Oh my.
Gary leaves tops, but it's Heta's to lose.
Gary's missed the dart at tops as well. Oh, the dart at the 167 as well. I've just seen it on the stream. It literally clips the top wire of the bullseye. Gary,
I mean,
how close was he to the dart at tops? Oh my, Damon Heta.
I mean, what a performance to stand up to the form that Gary Anderson has shown today. Still averages 103. Heta averaging 107 in winning that one. Absolutely superb from Damon Heta.
Top darts. That is unreal. Absolutely unreal. Well, I tell you what a final. That 146, Liam, was the game changer.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Look, Damon Heta probably had to produce the 107 to beat Gary Anderson the way he played all day. And he rose to the challenge, took them opportunities when they were presented to him early on, stuck in there, and fair play to Damon Heta. It's a brilliant win for him over a much improved Gary Anderson today.
Absolutely. Liam, pleasure as always. Thank you for jumping on. Henry was on earlier as well. Everyone in the chat room, give yourselves a huge round of applause. What a day as we return to Pro Tour action. Remember, the live league final tonight, 10 p.m. on our YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV. And we will return 11:50 tomorrow for Pro Tour number 6. It's going to be a bell. Have a great evening, everyone, and we will see you all very, very soon. But thank you very much for joining us over the last 6 hours. It's been our pleasure to keep you entertained, and we will see you all tomorrow.